Good evening. Today is Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022. This is the school board special meeting and the time is now 6:01 p.m. The school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Mrs. Poland, can we please get the roll call?
Certainly. Mr. Sampson?
Here.
Thank you. Mrs. Matheson?
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Here.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson?
Here.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
Here.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Here.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke?
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Thank you so much. Public comments on the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget, goals and objectives. Ensure students, staff, families, and the community are informed, connected, and engaged with the district. Public testimony is welcome for the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget only. We will start our public testimony with Partika Craig.
Are you able to hear us?
Hello,
Hello.
this is Duran.
Hi, if you could start by stating your first name, spelling your last name, giving us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Thank you. Yes, this is Duran Partika, and I'm a resident of Fairbanks. I live at 670 Gardner Drive in Fairbanks, Alaska. Was that it? Did you need any other information?
No, you'll have 2 minutes to testify.
Okay, sorry, I'm not used to doing this, but so I'm concerned that the school district is planning to cut music programs for the elementary school children. Like language, children absorb music at a young age, and I believe that music education is every bit as important as language and math. Studies have shown that children who take music classes not only learn music, but also increase their language and math skills. I actually believe the focus of education should be changed from the 3 R's to math, language, and music, making music part of the core curriculum. Music uses both math and language, and therefore we would not be trading one for the other, but instead enhancing children's math and language skills through musical expression. I could imagine a curriculum that uses creative writing and songwriting, thereby encouraging children to find a way to express their hopes and dreams. Mathematics would be linked to rhythms and harmonics. If you really think about it, the possible synergy between these 3 disciplines is endless. I believe any budget should have robust support of music education. Children learn better when music is part of the curriculum. Also, children who are given robust music education have been shown to have greater self-esteem and confidence, are more likely to participate in extracurricular activities, and are less likely to drop out of school. Thank you for listening to my comment and for the work you do and for caring so deeply for our children.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next,
Thank
we
you
have Nick Mcgraw. If you'll come up, state your first name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Oh, that's my message.
Just give us one quick moment, sorry. Perfect. Oh, can you push the button on the mic? Perfect.
My name is Nick Mcgraw, spelled McGraw, and I live in the Fairbanks North Star Borough. And I am also testifying concerning the budget with music. I started playing cello when I was 9 years old at Ann Ween Elementary. I chose cello because I thought it sounded really cool. But if you told me then that I would eventually have my entire life revolve around playing the cello, I would have been shocked. I just played for fun at that age and had no idea how important music would become in my life. Flash forward to middle school, and I began to play even more. I had the coolest middle school teacher who encouraged me to get cello lessons and continue playing in high school. She believed in me from day one and supported me in everything I did. Music became my stress reliever, my solace from the rest of the world. At a time when my home life was terrible and I wanted nothing more than to not be alive anymore, I needed that. It would be fair of me to say that music saved my life. I continued on into high school. I had another fabulous music teacher who made me really wonder if music is what I wanted to do with my life. I decided right then and there I would become a music teacher. I wanted to be able to give students the solace and the comfort I received from my previous teachers. So, I am doing just that. I am now a music education student at UAF, studying how to best serve every student in my classroom. I am also an advanced cellist now, and it is all because of my public school music education. It wasn't possible for my family to pay for lessons or a cello. 2 or 3 years might not seem like a lot of missed out time learning on an instrument, but it really is. I believe that I wouldn't have been interested in playing the cello at all by age 11. Even if I was, I wouldn't be nearly as good as I am now. The earliest years mean everything to learning an instrument. So I ask that you give these students the opportunity to learn starting in elementary school. Please have at least 5 full-time elementary music faculty for instrumental music. I also ask that you preserve 15 full-time secondary music positions as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Kathy Price. If you will state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Can you hear me? Good.
Yes.
My name is Kathy Price, Price, and I live in Fairbanks. I'm here to testify about the music program funding. I'm a member of the Fairbanks Symphony who began learning my instrument in a public school music program in 4th grade. Since coming to Fairbanks in the early 90s, I estimate I've donated over 27,000 volunteer hours of rehearsal, preparation, and performance time to the community. Our world is experiencing and recovering from loss and shocks right now. Children who haven't had the full experience of school during the pandemic need our help in restoring what school has to offer. After what they have been through, they need tangible, sensory-based, restorative experiences like learning a musical instrument. Retaining and strengthening elementary instrumental music programs, band and orchestra, provide learning, teamwork, and performance opportunities that will help children heal and grow. Elementary programs are the feeders into later music performance. For example, Fairbanks's West Valley High School Band, composed of students who began their instrumental learning in elementary music programs here, performed to a gold medal standard at Carnegie Hall in 2012, judged against band programs twice their size. Please keep these critical pathways open to all our students. Please do not allow the students and their instruments to go silent. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for your volunteerism in our community. Next, we have Edward Zilberkunt, and I apologize if I said that incorrectly. State your first name, spell out your last name, area of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes to testify.
Good evening. My name is Edward Zilberkant, Zilberkant. I live in Fairbanks, and I'm the music director and conductor of the Fairbanks Symphony Orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to you today to strongly object to your proposal in cutting the orchestra and band programs at the elementary schools. The study of music is something that has to be nurtured from the very early age, and performing in an orchestra and band is a very important component of that development. I would like to mention just a few elements that will drastically benefit our students. Playing in orchestras and bands gives the students an opportunity to develop teamwork as they learn to work together and build camaraderie. Every section in the orchestra and band has a leader. This fosters development of leadership qualities which will be used in their everyday life, from sports activities to being eventual leaders in our communities. Students who have early musical training and performance opportunities have demonstrated tremendous developments of the brain related to language skills, math abilities, and reasoning. Students participating in music do better on standardized tests, including the SAT, than students not involved in music. According to data from the U.S. Department of Education, students involved in instrumental music show significantly higher levels of math proficiency by 12th grade. Studies show music training positively affecting algebra ability and spatial temporal reasoning. The U.S. House of Representatives reported that students who participate in school band or orchestra have the lowest levels of current and lifelong use of alcohol, tobacco, and illicit drugs among any group in society. By cutting the proposed programs, you will be crippling the 6th through 12th grade music programs, where without the feeder from the elementary students, there will be no students to continue and develop. This in turn will have a trickle-down adverse effect on the retention of qualified teachers and will eventually leave such organizations as the Fairbanks Symphony Orchestra without a pool of musicians to draw from for participation. At present time, we can be very proud of the music and art community in our city, as we are recognized by all of the visiting artists as one of the best and an envy in the nation. However, this will quickly change if you allow these changes to be made. An education without the arts is inadequate. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Daniel Strasser. State your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Strasser. That is Strawser. I live here in Fairbanks. I am the instructor for cello and music education at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. I'm also a member of the Fairbanks Symphony Orchestra. And I'm also a product of public school education. I started playing the cello when I was in 4th grade. And that changed my life, and I wouldn't be here today if that hadn't been the case. Now, obviously not everyone goes on and becomes a professional musician, but that's not really the purpose of the programs we have in the schools. We've already heard a lot of testimony already tonight about how valuable these programs are to the hearts and souls of the students who participate and to the community as a whole. And not just the community today, but the community 30, 40 years from now. There are so many great players I've met here in the city that started in the Fairbanks public school system. And there's something very special about that. I do think that starting these programs at the elementary school level is very important. If a student practices for 30 minutes a day during those 2 years, they will have accumulated about 630 hours of practice by the time they are in 6th grade. It takes about 10,000 hours to fully master a skill. So you can see that's actually a substantial chunk of time towards that goal. Most students do not achieve mastery until well into their 20s if they are very focused on doing that. And that also leads to opportunities. There are opportunities at the state level, the national level, and the regional level for students who are further along in their skills. But the longer you delay that, the longer it takes to develop. There's also, I think, a great window of opportunity at the age of 4th grade and 5th grade where students are more open to new ideas and are open to the idea of trying something that perhaps before they had not considered. And I think the older you get, the harder it is sometimes to make that leap forward. So I think it's a great age to start, and I hope that we are able to maintain the levels of staffing that are necessary to have 4th and 5th grade instrumental music in our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Rosalie Bertram. State your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
My name is Rosalie Bertram, Bertram. I live in Fairbanks, North Starborough. I started playing cello in the local Suzuki program at 3 years old, but the first orchestra I played in was the Wood River Elementary School Orchestra under Cheryl Fry. I didn't like new things, but I joined school orchestra in 4th grade because my friends were joining and were really excited about learning instruments for the first time. Playing in school orchestra sparked my musical creativity, and suddenly I was joining more music programs like the chamber music intensive at UAF, the Fairbanks Youth Orchestras, and even the Wood River Jazz Band as a cellist. This experience advanced my playing skills beyond the musical school or the middle school level in 3 years. So in seventh grade, I decided to challenge myself by learning flute and saxophone. I practiced hard, although my practice time was diminished in middle school by balancing the increased homework load with music and sports. And I thought I was doing well until I joined the summer community jazz band for middle schoolers, and I struggled with the harder music. Despite my cello experience, I was still playing saxophone with 1 year of experience, but my old Wood River Jazz Band friends, with their 4 years of experience, didn't seem to be having the same difficulties. I ended up quitting, and I returned to playing cello full-time in the West Valley High School music program. Students in the program overwhelmingly started learning music in 4th grade or earlier, and because of it, our playing skills were so advanced that we were able to combine the orchestra and band to perform 3 pieces from the original Star Wars soundtrack. Not an abridged arrangement, the real soundtrack. We watched our fellow students gain recognition for our school district by winning numerous first-place awards in the state solo and ensemble and all-state music competitions and at the National Northwest competition. Now I play in the Fairbanks Symphony Orchestra with 5 of my West Valley classmates because I never forgot what I learned from my elementary school teacher: to love music, to play it well, and to share it with my community. And I want other young children to have the same chance to learn this too. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Gail Johansson, state your name, spell your last name, area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Good evening. My name is Gail Johansson, Johansen, and I live in the Fairbanks North Star Borough. I'm a self-employed violin teacher and a director of 2 nonprofit music programs for students from ages 3 to 18. This is my 43rd year of teaching in Fairbanks and playing in the Fairbanks Symphony. I find that the interest in arts and music runs very deep in our community. Most of the private music teachers are full to capacity and have a waiting list. And this just serves a very small subset of the students that are interested in studying music. Playing an instrument requires coordination, agility, and precise muscular training. I think of my students as athletes of the small muscles. We know that starting earlier is a key ingredient to success, just as it is in any sport. I ask myself, what do students gain from the proposed action to delay starting an instrument until middle school? I would say nothing. In fact, they lose. And I think we can do better as a school district. Imagine first learning to physically play an instrument where both arms and hands do different movements at the same time. Then students learn to read music. They join an orchestra or band where they follow a conductor, listen carefully to others, and create music together. This is a huge number of skills being used at the same time. Playing music requires the brain to multi-process on a level not found in any other academic subject. It develops the mind, the ear, physical coordination, memory, work-study skills, performance skills, and countless other areas that lead to success in the world. Shouldn't this kind of mind and brain building be available to all students, not just the ones whose parents can afford private lessons?
That is time.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you
Please keep our programs.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Karen Toland. State your name, spell your last name, area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Karen Toland, and I am a resident also in Fairbanks, Toland. I'm not a professional musician, music teacher. I wasn't even a music major. However, I too started playing the violin in 4th grade at Lee Elementary School in Columbia, Missouri. I was 10 years old. That would have been back in 1964, I think. Anyway, I played all the way up through my high school graduation, and I was fortunate that my parents could help me at some point to know that I wanted to play. I did get private lessons later on, and I played in my college orchestra. Came to Fairbanks for 1 year in 1977 and never really went back home, and went to hear the Fairbanks Symphony Orchestra as soon as I could, and it was wonderful. Talked to Gordon Wright, and he just said, come on in, and I've been playing off and on for over 40 years in the Fairbanks Symphony Orchestra. My violin through the Arctic Chamber Orchestra and the Fairbanks Symphony has taken me many places. Several villages in Alaska, some in the Yukon, China, Spain, and most recently South Korea. It's been an incredible enrichment to my life. And in Fairbanks, we have school-aged orchestras sponsored through the Fairbanks Symphony Association and a long-standing Great Suzuki program, many other programs too, I realize. But what I love is Suzuki always enthusiastically proclaimed that all of us have music within ourselves and have the ability to make music. His philosophy also espoused the need to ensure that music would be available to all children, no matter what their economic background might be. I'm so proud of our school system that provides music for all children, bands and orchestras with the instruments needed to play in them, teacher conductors who fix and maintain these instruments, check them out to their students so that they may practice at home, teacher conductors that put extra practice time in with their students when they can at school.
That is time. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Please keep music in our schools for all children.
Next, we have Deborah Reno. State your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes to testify.
Thank you. Deborah Reno, R-I-N-I-O, Fairbanks. So first of all, I wanted to thank members Sanderson and Duran for their statements yesterday saying they would not promote cuts to librarians in our district. And I wanted to urge the board when deciding what to cut to consider how things align with the district's strategic plan. Libraries, and I would argue music as well, increases academic achievement and social emotional well-being, provides and promotes equity and inclusion, helps engage students, staff, and families, and helps support teachers through professional development and collaboration. Many positions support this at some level, but for libraries in particular, this connects directly to all of their professional standards to inquire, include, collaborate, curate, explore, and engage. I ask you, what other position or program in the district connects so directly and completely with the strategic plan? So before you cut such critical and comprehensive programs and positions as libraries and music, I would urge you to take a deep dive into the district's own values and goals and consider areas that are not so uniquely aligned to those things. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Mr. Doran has a clarifying question.
Thank you, Ms. Reno, for
Yeah.
being here and also for your testimony last night. You mentioned quite a bit of research that you've done, et cetera. The suggested model of perhaps going to regional librarians that would oversee, certified librarians that would oversee multiple schools. Have you seen that in your research, or what's your thoughts on that?
Yes, so the American Association of School Librarians has published white papers essentially saying that a fully staffed school library consists of a certified school librarian and an assistant. And as soon as you start to take a librarian and ask them to serve multiple schools, you really spread thin what they're able to do. So think about whether it makes sense to tell a teacher they can only collaborate on a Monday when the librarian's there, or whether it makes sense to tell a student that they can't get help on their last-minute research request for their report that's due tomorrow because the librarian isn't there that day. Or whether it makes sense to tell first period teachers, you can never work with a librarian because they're only here half the day. The way a library functions and the job that a librarian does, and you heard all about that yesterday, just doesn't make sense to be a part-time or divided up position. They support every student and every teacher in the building, and they can only do that effectively if they're there at the same time that those students and teachers are.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Catherine Baird. State your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
My name is Catherine Baird, B-A-I-R-D, and I live in the Fairbanks North Star Borough. I am an elementary educator, general education. I'm also a member of the Fairbanks Symphony Orchestra. Excellence and equity for all. Those words appear at the top of every part of the school district's website. It's also part of our mission statement. Members of the school board, I invite you to consider whether removing instrumental music education from our elementary schools furthers that mission. A study from the Journal of Educational Psychology, Volume 98, Number 2, examined the impact early music instruction had on children ages 6 to 11. The study found that each additional month of music lessons increased IQ by 1/6 of a point. A group of children who were given a year of voice or piano lessons showed a significantly larger increase in IQ over the control group students who did not receive that instruction. The study showed that taking music lessons in childhood was a significant predictor of higher IQ in young adulthood and in high school achievement. Excellence and equity for all. I teach in a Title I school. That means that over 50% of our families are eligible for free or reduced lunch. With the redistricting that has happened next year, we're going to be closer to 80%. Those families do not have the financial resources to get their children instrumental music instruction outside of school. Children in other schools, children from families who have that disposable income, they'll still be able to reap the benefits of instruction. My students, your district students who can't afford that, they're going to be left behind. Is that what the district means by excellence and equity for all?
And that is time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Erin Jenoso. If you will come up, state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Hi. My name is Erin Jenoso. My last name is spelled Janoso, and I live in Fairbanks. And I had just run out of time yesterday in my testimony, so I wanted to come back to finish up. I just wanted to say that the pattern of pitting children's school music programs one against the other, telling them that one must be sacrificed in order to allow the other to survive and thrive, is an incredibly damaging conversation for this district to inflict upon its programs and the people in them. And the thing is I believe it's actually a false conflict. It's not a stable elementary band and orchestra program against the 6th through 12th grade programs or against librarians. I think it's probably much more likely that it's elementary band and orchestra versus the new investments in homeschool perhaps and the keeping of the Nordale building. We were told schools had to be closed to save money, and you were advised against the repurposing of this building, yet you're keeping it anyway. So here is what I and others want to know. What are the expenses associated with keeping Nordale? What will it cost to move programs to the building? There's been mention of the potential for a $300,000 lease breaking fee. What will be the energy costs associated with heating this building? Are there building modifications required? I think those costs might fall to the borough, but this board has repeatedly asked folks to ask the borough for more money for our schools. If they're spending a bunch of dollars modifying this building, there will be less money available for programs and for teachers. It's understood that our elementary band and orchestra program is by all accounts broken by the cuts it's had taken from it over the years. And because it's broken, it's obviously difficult to hire teachers into it. But when you have a beloved and invaluable program that isn't working, you don't cut it, you fix it. Especially because no matter what nice words are said at the time, in this district, once music and arts programs are gone, they tend to stay gone for good. So let's not make that mistake here. Support the 6th through 12th grade programs fully. And let's work together with teachers in this dynamic and skilled, creative Fairbanks musical community to find the solutions we need to fix and not cut the elementary programs for our kids. Thank you so much for your time and for your service.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Theresa Schneider. If you'll come up, State your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
My name is Theresa Schneider, Schneider, and I reside in Fairbanks. I'm here to talk today about the proposed cuts to the music programs in the elementary schools. I'm a flute teacher and a member of the Fairbanks Symphony. I've taught here in Fairbanks for the last 16 years. And in that time, the large majority of my students have come from the elementary school programs. I myself came out of an elementary school music program, as did my husband, who also plays in the symphony. I encourage you to maintain those elementary school programs. They provide a service that doesn't come in other places. As many of my colleagues have stated very eloquently, children who don't have the means to afford private instruction only have access to instruments and music and qualified teachers through their public school. I want to comment that it was only a few years ago that a large investment was made in instruments for the elementary schools. Those instruments have value that is not maintained if they're tossed in a cupboard somewhere. Not that they would be tossed, but instruments that are stored in a cupboard and not maintained or played lose their value. Rebuilding this program at some later date when money's become available would be very difficult. There's a great deal invested in the instruments that we have now, in the teachers that we have now, in the spaces that have been built to accommodate them. And students are meaningfully harmed by losing access to those resources. The elementary music programs feed the many, many other programs in our community that enrich our cultural life. I'd like to just mention a few of the programs that my own children and my students feed into. They feed into the three youth orchestras, the string orchestra, the concert orchestra, the Fairbanks Youth Symphony. They feed into the community band. They feed into the junior high orchestras and bands. They feed into the high school orchestras and bands. They service, I have a student right now playing in the musical for West Valley.
That is time.
I encourage you,
Thank
please,
you.
keep these programs.
We have one more testimony, Michael Clayston, and I apologize, I'm trying to, is that Austin? Sorry, I apologize. State your name, spell your last name, area of residence. You will have 2 minutes to testify.
Good evening. My name is Michael Austin. It's A-U-S-T-I-N. My name is Michael Austin, and I am a senior of the music education program here at UAF. And I would just like to talk for a moment about these budget cuts that are being proposed. I come from a very rural setting in Southeast Alaska. And as a rural student, growing up in a very subsistence environment, something about music at the elementary age, it gave consistency. When you grow up rural, you live off of subsistence thing. You rely on salmon, you rely on farming techniques. There's not a lot of consistency for young students at an elementary level. Music is something that can provide that. And so I encourage you very much, please consider the consistency that these programs will give students. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That is the end of our list of people who have signed up. Is there any other person who has not yet testified that wanted to testify? And is my mic going in and out? No? If you will come up, state your name, spell your last name, and give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
My name is Erin Gleason, last name Gleason. I live in Fairbanks. I'm a graduate of Pearl Creek, Randy Smith, and West Valley High School. I'm a professional scientist. I'm a member of the Fairbanks Symphony. I began playing bass in the 5th grade. This is the very age that we are considered cutting. I have played music ever since the 5th grade. I learned to play at school. I did not take private lessons. I would like students in the Fairbanks community to be given the same opportunities that I was by being able to play in band and orchestra starting in the 4th grade. Music is a lifelong healthy habit for our students. Studies have proven that playing an instrument helps with memory, verbal skills, and math. Music helps overall academic performance. Starting music in the 6th grade is too late. Middle school is complex. We've all been in middle school. Students are less likely to try new things and be vulnerable in the 6th grade. Starting in 4th grade is an ideal time to start. I urge you all to reinstate the 4th grade band and orchestra program and not cut the 5th grade band and orchestra program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any others? Okay. Public testimony is now closed. We will go to our first and only agenda items. Approval of the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget. Core value, student-centered, center everything we do on student and student learning. This special meeting is for board members to discuss, review, ask questions, consider all areas of the budget, and amend any area of the budget to approve the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget. The budget must be submitted to the Borough Assembly by April 1st. And I ask as we move forward, we will have 2 motions. We will be doing the main budget as one motion on the floor, and then we will do the COVID CARES funding as the other motion. I ask that as we go forward, that we do a main motion on the floor, and then we take amended items or items that we would like to either add or detract as separate items after a main item is placed on the floor, to ensure that our parliamentary procedures are clear and that we are that the public can follow our discussion one item at a time. So I would like to get a motion.
Move to approve the fiscal year 23 school district recommended budget with all budgeted revenue funds totaling $238,449,682 and all budgeted expenditure funds totaling $238,449,682.
Second.
And I would like to start off with going to administration, and then we can go from there.
Thank you, President Luke. I'd first of all like to express my appreciation to Erin Poland for stepping in and covering this evening's meeting. It's a lot of moving parts, and I appreciate her willingness to do that and kind of learn the process. Starting off this evening, through this process, the administration has worked to listen to the conversation of the board and try to come to gather information to help inform decisions that have to be made. And as I was listening to the conversation last night and some of the comments made, it kind of brought to my mind an option that could be considered or approached on how to do this. And as we've been saying all along in the process, can you hear me? No. Hello? We've got some real scratchy stuff going on. Can we clear that up? Are we good? Okay. And then I'll try to speak up a little bit. So as we've mentioned all along through this process, that what we do here in the board meeting and what we approve or what we vote on as our recommended budget then goes to the borough and it goes through its process. So we're still kind of in the preliminary part of the whole finalization. So one thing that could be considered is that we approve the proposed budget, or I'm sorry, the recommended budget as it is now with the addition of the memo, send it to the borough and do some of this work after we receive it back from them. So that's just one option that that's out there, and I just wanted to make sure that the board was, aware of that. That's a path that they could go. So beginning tonight's process, you have there at your desk, and it came to you in email as well, the gathering of all of the conversations that we've had over the last several work sessions. And in the one column is the adjustment, and then a possible amendment to the motion that's already on the floor, the dollar amount, and then the fund source and how that fund source would be affected. So as we go through this, we have the tool that we had the other night, and Ms. Herbert will be kind of navigating that tool as we go through each step along the way, kind of keeping us aware of where we are in the conversation, and when we approve or don't approve something, she can kind of keep us on track there. So with that, I'll leave it to the president to begin the process, however we want to proceed, if we want to do it piece by piece. Mr. DeGraw?
Yeah, just as Ms. Moline mentioned, we'll be tracking this. We'll have Ms. Herbert hook up through airtime here right now. Just want to point out, there might be a lot of confusing. We might get into some complex, detailed activities here tonight. There might be some times that administration requests a few moments to make sure that we're providing accurate, complete data and information so that the board can make educated decisions based on good information. That could have, just preemptively put out there that could happen a few different times. And we'll just make sure we'll want to move very methodically if we get into several different amendments, and we want to make sure we have things accurate and correct. The other thing I wanted to point out is the main motion that the board now has on the table. It's important to note that whatever we do, as far as amendments are concerned, those numbers will not change. They can't change. Okay, and so what can change is the amount of CARES dollars we end up utilizing for the FY23 budget. So that's the number that can change on the second motion that we'll end up addressing tonight later on. But this main motion that's on the floor right now, important to note, those numbers cannot change. And so with that, we'll turn the time back over to President Luke.
Mr. Doran?
If I could ask clarification in terms of the motion and how we want to proceed. I've got a couple of motions, for instance, that would impact the use of CARES funds. Are we dealing with CARES funds now, or I don't see a second motion in our.
The second
so I'm
motion
not sure what.
is in the packet on the CARES 2-3 fiscal year 23 proposed budget. It's at that top. It's a suggested motion, which has the language as of the 16th that we had discussed, and the recommended amendments that were all discussed during our sessions are on the recommended budget amendments for consideration sheet.
Okay, so if what I'm proposing is staying within CARES, you want those to be held for the time being.
They need to be moved as an amendment within the CARES motion once that one's on the floor. But currently, what is on the floor is the general fund.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how you do one or the other. They're wedded, and I'm concerned that. So I'm just trying to figure. I'm not trying to be obstructive with it. I'm just trying to figure out how it is.
Discussion can happen about the budget in general, but Amendments cannot be put down for COVID funds until the COVID motion is on the floor. But if you needed to discuss a COVID fund issue, you can bring it up, but it cannot go to a vote until the COVID relief fund is on the floor, the CARES funding.
Okay. And if someone has a motion that would actually draw upon general fund and CARES funds, how do you want to deal with it?
But
We could entertain one that involves both. That's what I would put forward, President Luke, is if there was an amendment that involved the movement of both general fund dollars and CARES dollars, I would propose that we entertain that here with this first.
And if it passes the first motion of the general fund, it would be built into the motion of the COVID relief fund.
Okay, let me think. Thanks.
Ms. Marati?
Thank you. For organizational purposes, we are working with the proposed motion that I just said. The proposed motion has a budget of $238,449,682, and it's actually, according to this, $4,051,451 more than last year's budget when we're facing a $19 million deficit that we've been told a million times. Can we just talk about that for a second? And does that mean that next year we're going to have our $23 million deficit?
So, yeah, Ms. Marati, that $4 million increase as compared to last year is mainly attributed to that $12 million increase in the federal programs. So we represented the CARES 2 dollar amount in our budget last year, which was a little bit shy of 10 million. And now this year we're accounting for the CARES 3 amount, which was right around $21, $22 million. So it's significantly more dollars, which would be that $12 million increase. The $19 million deficit that's been talked about so often is a combination of the $7 million shortfall in the operating fund, the top line, as well as in large part the amount of CARES funds that we're utilizing that represent regular operating fund expenses. So that's the large deficit that we're talking about, and it's mainly attributable to that significantly higher federal programs dollar amount.
Thank you for explaining that. So what we could say, though, is the proposed budget as is takes that $7,093,598 chunk out of that $19 million deficit.
We have made significant reductions in the budget that does reduce. We've gone a long way towards that 19 million. Yes. Okay. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Board comments, questions? I have a question. On here, it talks about Barnett staff. And it says increase to the general fund. Does it need to be to the general fund? How would that affect it? And should we put it to the COVID fund? And how would that fit into the general fund at this point if it was put forth?
Yes, so good question. So that, in short, that could be funded by either general fund dollars or CARES fund dollars. That would be at the board's pleasure what they wanted to do with that. If it was moved as the language stands, and here the intent is that it would move back into the general fund. Obviously, don't need to state, that there's more of a permanent nature in the general fund than in CARES funds. We would need to find approximately $295,000 of items to either reduce in the general fund or move out of the general fund over into CARES to offset that $295,000 increase.
So what I'll add to what Mr. Mcgraw said, in reflecting back to conversations that we had before, and something that was mentioned last night about keeping Barnett as a magnet school or it being a neighborhood school, that topic came up. So in addition to that, what I also heard last night was bringing stability to the programs that we have. So having these dollars in CARES for this year would allow some time for that conversation of how we want to approach each of the programs. E-learning, our magnet schools, even our K-8 school. So that was just adding that to the conversation and bringing back in what was talked about last night.
Do we need to pause for a moment? No? Okay. No, we're good. Because that was my understanding as well. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was, okay. So that could, CARES. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that that could be moved to the CARES funding and not into the general fund to mucky up the general fund dollars as a more in-depth conversation happens.
Absolutely.
Mr. Doran?
Okay, I'm going to toss out something, and I'm going to move to amend the FY 2022-2023 recommended budget to include an increase to the borough local contribution request at a cost of $1 million.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion or your amendment?
Yes, I would, and I will admit that I wish we weren't having to deal with that part first before we talk to some of the others. But what my thinking is that the $2 million request increase that we're asking is a zero increase in our revenue. That is simply to offset what the state regulation requires from the local municipality. And so rather than getting the $2 million from the state, we're actually getting it, we need to request it from the borough. The ask, so that's only a zero sum in terms of what our total revenue is. What my thinking is for the $1 million addition, which is actually a positive contribution to public education in our community. When we go after we go through CARES, and if depending upon some of our thinkings or facts, I would like to be able to use that money, to see that money go to either a tutoring, and actually I have a proposal that I would suggest for tutoring or teacher assistance at the kindergarten and math literacy levels, as well as that if not that it go to PTR, further lowering PTR to where we are now. Those are admittedly related to two motions that I have in mind when we get to the CARES thing, and my concern about how we're doing a complete division of these two things. Let me stop there, but that's my thinking in terms of requesting an actual investment in our community, because what we're asking for right now is actually a zero sum.
And before we move on to more board questions, can you repeat the motion again?
Move to amend the FY 2022-2023 recommended budget to include an increase to the borough local contribution ask at a cost of $1 million. Actually, I guess it's not really a cost, it's a, right, it's actually it's an increase of $1 million.
Thank you. I have Ms. Marati and then Mrs. Matheson.
I am able to amend the amendment, correct?
Yes, we're going to try to keep it to just one amendment, just to keep things very clear and
So this amendment to the amendment is?
for the one that Mr. Doran just,
Yeah. And then
only for that one.
Okay. So I move to amend the amendment to the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to include an increase to the borough local contribution ask for an additional, so all of that's the same, $1,250,800 in order to provide the additional 10.6 FTE needed to rebuild district-wide band and orchestra for 4th and 5th grades. And I think, oh, go ahead.
Okay, so now, since that is on the floor, that is what we're talking. Oh, we need a second, sorry.
Second,
Okay. Ms. Matheson.
I think we're thinking too small, and we need to ask them for 2 million so that we can restore music. They've increased our taxes a bajillion dollars, and I'd like to see some of that money invested into our schools. My taxes went up, yours didn't?
Oh.
Yeah. So I think that we should ask for 2 million. I think we're thinking too small. And that'll give us enough wiggle room that if we have some in reserves for next year, we're not scrambling. So I'd like an amendment to the amendment to the amendment. I would still like it.
We hear you, thank you. We have Ms. Marati and then Mr. Sampson.
Through the chair, thank you for the support for the amendment and the increase. So for procedural wise, to get there, we'd have to vote down my amendment to the amendment, and then we can go back to that, which is fine.
Mr. Sampson.
I just want to say I would support a lower ask of the borough. We're asking 1.3 as opposed to the 2 million. Is that what I'm hearing? We're asking the borough for 2 million, and now we're going to change it to 1.3. Is that?
Would you like me to clarify?
Yes, please.
No, so my amendment to the amendment is for an additional, so on top of the two, an additional $1,250,800, which in the music plan that was provided to us is the amount for 10.6 FTE.
Correct me if I'm wrong, there's confusion between the 2 millions. I think Mr. Sams is talking the original increase of 2 million in our current proposed budget. So the 1.3 is in addition to that $2 million. Okay.
So we need to use a term like 3.2 or 3.3 million.
I
just so we know what we're asking the borough, if we just keep going through and keep saying we want another million for this from the borough and that, and then 12 hours later, we're up to 13 million more from the borough. If we could just keep all the numbers as what we're asking the borough at the time, then we know what we're talking about here.
So it would be 3.25800.
Thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't support that.
Mr. Doran.
Hoping for clarity, but is that the amendment is an increase of 1 million. The original amendment was an increase of 1 million to the ask. Okay. It does bring the total ask to 3 million, but the amendment was an increase of 1 million over what's in our budget. The amendment to the amendment added 250,800. Okay, so that's the 1.285 is what we're actually is on the floor. So that's the addition. And while I have it, I'm not in favor of it, and the reason is that I think certainly if we get that, if the borough is willing to invest in the education of our students, then to look at how we can best use that. Why, though I said some of my intent, my thinking is how this might be used when I made my original amendment, is still, I think we need that flexibility. First to get that, but I think we can put several things on, and this amendment to the amendment can address that in putting things that we would like to consider if they actually will invest in our education and add to it, so that then we can use that with some flexibility. And I think it behooves us to be able to say what we might use it for, and that might fit with the priorities that the administration indicated last night, that they're starting, have a list already going for any add backs. So I'd give it some flexibility rather than specific.
I had my name in the queue and then Mr. Sampson. Mrs. Moline, you've mentioned that you've had multiple conversations with our borough mayor. I'd like to know administration's thoughts and what you felt the temperature or climate was from the borough with this.
In our conversations with the mayor, he was obviously, not committing anything, and at the point of our conversation, his budget was looking like it would include the status quo for funding in education. So, no increase.
Mr. Sampson?
Thank you. That feels like that's a cold, if we're going hot or cold there. So to Mr. Dorn's point, the additional ask, although it's nice to say like a wish list, it's at the end of the day, it's an ask, and we would do whatever it is we chose to do with it. Except Ms. Marati's, the motion, the amendment to the amendment on the floor speaks to dedicating those funds. And I like that, and I just wonder that if we go off of pipe dream, or if we go off of an ask that we don't have, chickens are in the basket yet. Does that mean that we're not going to talk about music anymore? So are we going to agree to ask for more money for something, but then when the meeting's over, we're going to allocate funds for that something? And so what happens with that ask that's out there? So what I'm saying is we all agree that we're going to ask the borough for more money for district-wide orchestra and band. It's amendment to the amendment. And then here in 3 hours, we pass another amendment that says we're going to take CARES money and we're going to fully fund orchestra and band. I say to you, what happens to the ask? It just sits out there. So it's interesting how we're asking before we even deal with the money that we already have. And so it's just a little confused there as far as how we're going to address that later on tonight if we do agree to ask for something.
Ms. Marati and then Ms. Matheson.
Through the chair, that's a great question. Needs to be clarified, obviously. The plan that Ms. LaPlante proposed, options 1 and 2, I believe are able to be funded in general fund funds, per the memo from Ms. Moline on, I think it was the 11th. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so, President Luke, yes, so we currently have 5 of the 6 teachers in the general fund, and the 6th is still remaining in CARES.
Ms. Matheson?
I think that Mr. DeGraw just answered my question.
Mr. Dorn?
I mentioned the other night that I've grown comfortable to the band orchestra plan that gives a very robust program and maintains it from 6th to 12th. And yes, I have grown comfortable, but it is not without angst. I very, very much appreciated the elementary opportunities for band and orchestra and worked with that for over 20 years in this district. And particularly, as some of our testimony has said, a lot of our students who really would not have otherwise had the opportunity to play an instrument as a band or an orchestra instrument. They play instruments in the general music, but specifically in band and orchestra. And so I understand fully the benefit of that for students. And I also have always looked at band orchestra music as a reading skill development. If you can read notes, you can read letters, symbols on a page. And so I've always linked those things together very strongly. That being said, I've watched this come and go over quite a few years. I am concerned about teacher shortages and what that means in terms of the logistics of offering a solid program at the elementary. The fact that, as was mentioned, we have a lot of our schools with strong research backing that have blocked made literacy blocks, math blocks, trying to provide those academics. We need the rest of the stuff, as in general music and PE and library, that we bring into the elementary. But I'm concerned that we're going to be here year after year and tossing this around. I think providing stability is in the 612 program, making sure we continue that from year after year without people having to worry about it, students or families, that they know they can have it. That's what I'm looking at, and for that, I'm not supportive of this dedication for this particular thing. I do support the idea of asking our borough to really invest in our district. And I think that's imperative for us to be able to provide a robust education for kids. But the dedication of it at this time, I'm not in favor of that.
Ms. Matheson?
I'm not okay with the proposed music proposal, 6th through 12th. No, I think it's inadequate. Just like one of the teachers or the instructors said earlier, it is inadequate. And asking the borough to invest in our students in music, I don't think is wrong in any way.
Mr. Sampson?
Can I call a question?
Yes, you can. Mrs. Pullen?
Please guide me.
Oh, it's been called to question, so it's time to vote.
Okay. And that's
On
where I'm gonna
the
need some guidance.
amendment of the amendment.
The amendment of the amendment.
And could we have Ms. Marati read the amendment to the amendment?
Yes, please.
And explain what a yes and a no vote would mean, and then we'll go.
So the amendment is moved to amend the amendment to the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to include an increase to the borough local contribution ask for an additional $1,250,800 in order to provide the additional 10.6 FTE needed to rebuild district-wide band and orchestra for 4th and 5th grades. So a yes would be that we're amending Mr. Doran's amendment from 1 million to for tutors and PTR to $1,250,800 for district-wide elementary band and orchestra.
Thank you. Mrs. Poland.
I have a clarification.
Oh.
So we vote on this, this does not, does this take into account option 1 and 2 of the proposed plan that Ms. LaPlante presented? Or is it something totally, it's an add-on? Totally different. I need clarification on that.
Go ahead, Miss.
So this is in the plan, but on the very, very bottom. So it's in addition. The plan is already in general funds except for one. This is in addition at the bottom.
Okay, we're ready for the vote.
Okay, Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
No.
Mr. Sampson,
No.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Sanderson,
No.
Mrs. Luke.
No.
Motion failed.
So this brings us back to the original amendment. Mr. Doran, can you please read your amendment?
Yeah, I move to amend the FY 2022-2023 recommended budget to include an increase to the borough local contribution ask of $1 million to be focused on instruction, classroom instruction. That includes tutors or PTR, whatever the need is.
Any further discussion on this before we go to the vote? Ms. Marati.
So just to clarify, it's for specific reasons, just like the last one was, but for a lower amount and for different reasons.
Mr. Doran?
Yes, it's broader instruction. One could make an argument as to what is instruction, so it leaves that open, but it's focused on the schools as opposed to, let's say, winding up in administration or, whatever other things. And if I might, the other thing that I really look at with this is, and why I go to the borough with it, and I think we have fair grounds for it. During the time that the local contribution has declined, the total borough budget has increased. And at the same time that, yes, our enrollment has declined, the borough population has declined at the same time. And we are not a department of the borough, but as a unit that receives funding, the education has had the greatest, I believe, I can pretty confidently say that, or certainly one of the greatest declines, reductions in expenditures. Other departments have overall borough departments have maintained a much better stability than education has. So that's part of my thinking in terms of making this request. And I really appreciate the fact that last year we asked for status quo, which is 49 million. The Borough Assembly came through, but they also added 400,000. And at that time, they said that it was time to turn around the cycle of declines and make it a step towards investment. And I really appreciated that. And I also am encouraged that we would have that benefit going forward. So, thank you.
Mr. Sampson?
I would simply argue against the additional ask, considering we have over $15 million sitting in CARES funding at our disposal today. And I think we should get our own house in order before we ask the borough. And just because they have more income doesn't mean that we shouldn't ask for more money. Thank you.
Any further comments before we go to the vote? Mrs. Poland, it looks as though we're ready for the vote. A yes would signify that we will be asking for an additional $1 million, and a no would, of the borough, and a no would signify that we will not, and they are tied with to PTR. Mr. Doran?
To instruction, that's.
To instruction.
Yeah, so that's PTR or tutors, or, I mean, it's classroom instruction. I wanted it.
Perfect.
Instruction, so it's at the schools.
Mrs. Poland?
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
No.
Mr. Sampson?
No.
Mrs. Matheson?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson?
No.
Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Mrs. Luke?
No.
Motion failed.
So we are back at our original motion. We are back at our original motion, which is move to approve fiscal year 2022-2023 school district recommended budget with all budgeted revenues funds totaling $238,449,682 and all budgeted expenditure funds totaling $238,449,682. Are there any other amendments? Mrs. Matheson?
So now I want to amend it to the $2 million ask. And I want to have a discussion about it.
Second.
All right, Ms. Matheson.
As I stated earlier, if I'm paying so much in taxes, then I want to be able to dictate where that money goes. And I think that our community, as we've seen the outpour, they want those tax dollars to go into investing in our schools.
Can you read the amendment that you would like? I just want to make sure that the board and the public knows exactly what your amendment is entailing.
So I move to amend the FY 2022 to 2023 recommended budget to include an ask of $2 million additional dollars.
Second.
Of the borough?
Oh, yeah, of the borough.
Okay, and it's not tied to anything specific?
No, it's to fix what we're going through. I hate having these conversations every year. We know what's important. We know that if we don't produce students who can graduate, who can do math, who can play a musical instrument, who can debate properly, then we're a failing society. And that's what we're doing right now. We're nickel and diming everything, and we're failing. We're failing our students.
I just wanted to make sure if it was in something specific, like general fund. Mr. Doran?
I second this and support it for several reasons. One being that it does mean that there may be some things in CARES that we've talked about that really should be in general funds going forward. Because once CARES is gone, then those are gone also. and we only have a small amount to carry us into next year and to give us a little bit of a buffer. As well as the fact that with our general fund going to zero, in essence, CARES becomes part of our emergency fund. If we need to hire more teachers in the fall, we need to have that money there. There are some other things that come up that it's really important that we have some cash available to us. The other thing that I look at is not to repeat points, but to emphasize an aspect of it. If the mayor is saying status quo 49.4 million, that in itself, basically 3 years in a row, is a loss in value. And so we continue to lose. Even if we get what we right now have in our budget of 51.4 million ask, that only is status quo and represents a loss in value. So we're behind. This helps to give us a boost, both to keep value as well as to give us the benefit of benefiting kids.
Ms. Sanderson?
So after we deal with this general fund and adding, then we attack the CARES funding and start to say where we want the money to go.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
I have a clarifying question on this one. If there is an added ask to the borough, it won't necessarily go into the budget as a line item until after it is known from the borough what the response is. Because here's my thing. When I look at this and I say, $2 million, wouldn't we love $2 million more dollars? Wouldn't we love an extra $12 million at this point? My hesitancy on this is that we're going to sit there and say, okay, we're going to do this and this and this and this and this, and we're going to put it into the general fund. And then next year, they're not going to fund us at that same level. So now we're going to have to cut from the general fund again. And so it's this constant cycle of shoring up our budget. And we dropped from 50 million down to 49 million. We got the 49 million last year, the extra 400,000. Yes, that's status quo. My hesitancy is consistency within the general fund and receiving money from a source that's not going to be consistent in the future at that level.
So just to kind of address your question and bring it back to my comments earlier and things that Mr. Mcgraw has said, all of our budgets are built on a level of assumptions. And this budget that we have right now, this proposed budget is built on the assumption that the borough's going to give us $2 million more dollars than they gave us last year. So that's already an assumption built into this budget. If we build into the budget the increase that's in this amendment, it will still be built on an assumption that we find in what we spend this extra $2 million, and then we send it to the borough, and they say, no, we're sticking at the original, then we're back to the drawing board. So in this process, there's a lot of assumptions built in, and that you run the risk of spending this time in building a budget and then starting all over again when the borough brings back what they're actually going to do. So I think that's a consideration that needs to be made in the conversation, is that there are assumptions in this budget that the borough's going to increase by the $2 million original ask. And then however large we make the ask, that's how large the assumption is. And that's the risk that we run of building a budget on that assumption. So that's, I just wanted to bring that full circle to your question about does that go into the line item? Mr. DeGraw?
Yes, and I would echo Ms. Moline's comments 100%. And to answer your question, President Luke, directly, the board does have the prerogative to increase that ask in the proposed to the recommended budget officially. And I'll have to correct myself from one of my beginning statements. Of course, Mr. Doran went directly to the one way that the numbers in the original motion can change. I made the statement cannot and will not change, and of course, Mr. Doran goes straight to the one thing that I overlooked, and that would change. And but we would have the ability through a recess at the end of this meeting, towards the end, at a recess, to update the numbers and get a new main motion to the board.
Thank you. I had Ms. Marati, Mr. Sampson, and then Mr. Dorn in the queue.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind everyone that the decision on how much to fund our children's education is made by the assembly, not the mayor, with all due respect. And the assembly, the current assembly, is very supportive of investing in our children's education. And if we don't ask, they won't know how much we want or need.
Mr. Sampson and then Mr. Doran.
Thank you. That's a great point. To the consistency in the general fund, and this is to the motion on the floor. To the consistency in the general fund, in order to maintain consistency within a general fund, you have to actually have a general fund. At the present moment, we don't have a general fund. At the present moment, to argue with Mr. DeGraw, I don't believe he overlooked that facet, considering his department is the one that actually put in a $2 million ask in which we budgeted for, yet have not yet to receive those funds. Obviously, the department knows what it's going to take. They did a budget, and we have CARES funds. So, and arguably speaking, we have some money to offset that in the event the borough does not meet the $2 million ask. The risk on the table is, does it go on a line item? Of course it doesn't go on a line item. Why in the world would it go on a line item? Well, it's a great question, considering an ask is already in the line item, yet we don't have that money. So it does beg the question. Thank you. To the motion on the floor, Ms. Matheson mentioned, used the term failure. Arguably speaking, when you look at math proficiencies in the low 30s, mid 40s throughout the district, our reading proficiencies are substandard in nature. I would not differ in opinion with Ms. Matheson when we utilize such language as terminology such as failure. I would argue the fact that indeed, so there is a failure in a sense. It's glaring in nature. And I would say that money is not the issue at hand. We receive more money than any other state of the union, I believe. I could be wrong. There might be one other state out there. But our funds per capita, per student is off the charts. We got a lot of money. We spend a lot of money, and I promise you, money is not the fix to the problem. And our conversations surround money, and at some point, if we do want to turn the ship around, I would argue that we stop talking about money and start talking about other issues at hand. And for that reason, I don't have any problem. We can ask the borough for $20 million. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's fine. But I don't want to give the impression that we need more money to do better. I think that we need to just do better. And it doesn't include more money. It includes changing the way we handle our business. And so for that reason, I am not going to ask the borough for more money.
Mr. Dorn?
Thank you. I share the cautions that have been mentioned, and in terms of making an additional ask of the borough, I do it with some trepidation, particularly with the idea that the borough mayor in his budget is not supporting even what the state is saying that the borough needs to chip in a sense that 2 million is not our asking for that. It's the state saying that your portion has increased by 2 million. Now, they're funding above the minimum, but we are well below, and the borough has always been well below the cap, unlike other boroughs in our state. And it's worked for us. I think, though, that it is important for us to really advocate for funding for public education. And it's a heavy lift. It's going to be a heavy lift to get the 2 million. I do think the Assembly is amenable to it overall. And I think the mayor would support that piece. It's a heavier lift to go beyond that. But I do think that it is really important that we work to invest in public education. And two things that I would say to back that up is, one, when we say the proficiencies of students on the statewide test, it is really important to keep in mind that in 7 years, 2 different tests, possibly a third in there, the state has never analyzed the results in terms of students, how the students answer them. They have done nothing. They have never analyzed the change when the state tests went from paper to computer. And in that time frame, the results dropped approximately in half statewide, and including every one of the big 5. So we need to look at investing if we have concerns. It's like the bridge I'll wrap it up, but it's like the bridge going from the Mitchell onto the Richardson. It is damaged. It's failing. It's got to be fixed. Do we say no money? We're not going to invest in it? We fix it. We invest in it, and that's why I support that we need to be advocating to our borough and to our state that indeed it's time to invest in education. And we're at a critical moment right now. We have cut, and not only this board, but previous boards have cut and cut and cut. And we are at a critical stage. So I'm willing to take the risk, although I do it with, as I said, trepidation and caution. Thanks for the reminder.
Mr. Sampson?
I'd like to call the question.
Mrs. Poland, if we could get that.
Okay. Mrs. Sanderson?
No.
Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
No.
Mr. Sampson?
No.
Ms. Matheson?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Mrs. Luke?
No.
Motion failed.
So we are back at our original motion. Are there any other amendments on the general fund that we would like to put on the floor? Ms. Marati?
I move to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to move CEC lease and custodial costs at a cost of $110,000 from CARES grant funding back to general fund.
Second.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
I think we have spoken about it. I don't know, the only justification we heard that it was moved into CARES funds was to make room for the $3 million revised adjustment. And I think we've heard from CEC and we've spoken as a board about our support for CEC staying where it is. And so it's not a temporary intent of the board. I've heard that from what I've heard in our discussions about CEC, it's a permanent intent to the board.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Doran?
I'm going to speak in support of it. I think, yes, it belongs in general fund. It's an integral part of our alternative programs, and it addresses the needs of students who have some unique situations. And I think just being over there watching them, the efforts that they do with the students and meeting their learning needs is extremely important. And for myself, as we look at the totality of alternative programs, which are an integral component of our district to meet students at all ends, and we have that within our alternative programs. We have the North Star College at, if you want, one end of the spectrum, and not putting any judgments with that because kids at all ones, but we have a variety of sources within that of meeting kids' needs, whether it's SMART, whether it's CEC, whether it's North Pole Academy. We've provided and need to make sure that we keep all these kids in mind. And I think this helps to give us that breadth within our general fund and our commitment to alternative education.
I put myself in the queue. I'm actually going to vote no on this one. And the reasoning behind that is we have a large alternative programs that I think needs to have a look at. I am all for maintaining our alternative programs for this next fiscal year. But looking at location, PTR, the structure, I think Mrs. Beam has done an incredible job with our alternative programs. But as we look at it, we need the opportunity and the ability and the flexibility to ensure that we have that movable space within our general fund budget, especially as we talked about the closure of an elementary school and the discussion of moving these alternative programs, and I'm saying programs, multiple, into one of our buildings. I just think the cost savings there, it could be utilized in different ways to help support CEC in other ways. Possible transportation, counseling, whatever it might be. But I think that keeping it in CARES funding and coming up with a long-term solution earlier in the fall next year on programs such as e-learning, long-term homeschool, BEST, CEC, all of those, and that's where I stand on that. Mr. Sampson.
I'll be real quick. The CEC, I'm not going to speak to whether or not I think it should go in the CARES funding or back into the general budget due to the fact that we want to keep it, so we should put it in the general budget. I think that the time to discuss what is in the CARES package and what is in the general fund ship is somewhat sailed. And when it comes to the $110,000 cost item for CEC, it's an issue that's down the road. It's next year. It can be dealt with next year. It could be pulled out of the general fund, put back into CARES funding. Tonight, if we do as much as what's proposed, then now we have to entertain another conversation that's going to be much more lengthier as to where the $110,000 is going to come out of the general funds. For that reason, for expediency's sake for this evening and the other pressing business that we have to attend to, I am also going to vote no and leave it where it is, not because I think it should stay there or that it shouldn't stay there. I think it is a moot point. It is and will be dealt with a different group of people next year.
Ms. Sanderson?
Yeah, I support Ms. Marati's amendment to move this back into general fund. And I'll make it short and sweet. I have experience. I know what they do. And when we say we want to support students, this supports students. Students that are going through all kinds of changes. If we're going to do something different, I would prefer we look at it next year and really get it outlined, get them on board. But that's what I want to do. I want to support what CEC has asked us to do.
Mr. Doran?
Just briefly, that I want to support what you said, Mrs. Luke, regarding a plan for alternative education. That is something that I think is really, really important, even to the point that before we start moving programs around, we should have a plan of what their needs are and where they're going. And that if we needed to balance out general fund, that I would suggest that we take the $100,000 from the building cost, operation cost from FMD that would otherwise be used for Nordell, and mothball it, but to then come back, really ask the administration to come back with a real plan on alternative programs and what they need, where we can go with them, et cetera. So,
Ms. Marati?
Through the chair, is that an amendment to the amendment?
I'm not making that amendment right now. I'm putting it there. I don't want to add confusion to the amendment. I assume that administration knows they have to come up with 110,000 somewhere to balance that out. I would suggest that that is one place. And I don't think the budget really is necessary to, that needs to be a budget decision at this point, because anything we approve, if it's spent, it's spent. If it's not spent, it's still there. So I don't think that's a budget item as such that we need, unless they need something specific to balance it. But I think there's enough within general fund that the administration can figure out the 110,000.
Mr. Sampson?
I'm under the impression that the general fund is at zero. I did hear Mr. DeGraw mention that they could make that work, some $200,000, $300,000 number. But I just want to caution, I would be reserved to say, we're going to pull this out and throw something in the general fund and then say that the administration, I'm going to leave it up to the administration. At this point in the game, if we've already given work sessions and told the administration what we want, and we're here to vote, I think that if we pull that and put it in the general fund, we have to have a conversation about what comes out of the general fund tonight so we can take care of our business. Otherwise, we're implying that we're just going to keep coming back day after day. I don't know if I agree with we're leaving it up to the administration. If we pull this out, I would argue that if we pull it out and put it in general, we need to find 110 from the general. But that's just my opinion.
Ms. Matheson?
So I guess that question is for Mr. DeGraw. Can you answer that if we're shuffling that money around, what do we have to remove that from the general fund somehow?
So yes, good question, Ms. Matheson. So yes, we would need to find $110,000 in reductions to offset that increase. I could make some suggestions to the board this evening on how to accomplish that, and there's different ways that could happen.
And to add to what Mr. DeGraw said and to what Mr. Sampson said, yes, that would be a board decision. You know, that the board would decide on where that $110,000 in general fund would come out. If indeed that's the direction, if that's the direction they want to go is put that in the general fund, then the board would need to find those places that they want to take it out. I don't know if does that help?
Ms. Marati, and then Ms. Smith, and then I put myself in the queue.
So I think maybe I'm confused. We have 16, and this is just what's on paper, 16 amendments to go through, some plus, some minus the general fund and CARES funds, and then others that aren't on this list to go through. So what I thought we were doing was going through these. Ms. Herbert is tracking our changes, and at some point we'll have probably a very different balance that we're all going to have to work out. And Mr. DeGraw will give us suggestions on where he thinks that should come from. Am I misunderstanding what we're doing?
I think, so these amendments are amendments that have been mentioned in previous meetings, like this is what I would like, or this is what I would like. If they do not get brought forward, then they just don't get brought forward. But this was to make the language easier through that. And then absolutely correct. That's why we have our wonderful accounting department here, who is making those changes. And if changes are made, we can take a 15-minute recess, allow them to update everything, and come back.
And then at that time, that's when we will balance the budget.
Correct.
Okay. We're not doing, every single amendment is not going to be followed by a need to balance at that time.
It will come back to the final motion on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure I'm not giving incorrect information. Mrs. Smith?
Thank you. I have come around to support keeping CEC lease in CARES for some of the reasons that Ms. Luke mentioned, which are to reconsider their location next year. I would like to efficiently use the building that we're repurposing, and I have just come around to seeing that they will be fine in Nordell. So if that's what the administration is recommending for their program. So I'm going to be a no to that amendment.
I'm on the list, and then I have Ms. Sanderson. When I look at this, it's with the CEC fund. I like the CEC program. I think they're incredible. They have been in that location forever and ever and ever. I was a huge advocate of keeping them where they are. Right now, with our district, we are in a time of change and in a time of shift within the educational system. We need the flexibility of being able to reevaluate where we are and what our goals are. And I do believe next year there's going to be a more in-depth dive into our programs. And I think keeping it in CARES holds that place. And if the board so desires to move it in to hard dollar budget items from there on out to keep it in that location, then I think that would be the appropriate time to move it into that location or move it into our hard dollar items. Also, I do want to remind the board, we also have the time later on. This is our proposed budget. And if by some crazy miracle that we get an insane amount from the state, we can move it to the general fund at a later date if that is the priority of the board. I just want, as I've been poring over the budget, I would probably vote yes with the main motion that's on the floor. Having many conversations with Mr. DeGraw, with Mrs. Moline, with all the executive directors, No one's in a good spot, but I believe in the power and their abilities and their expertise in their positions. In the general fund position, where I believe we have more fluidity within the CARES funding. Ms. Sanderson?
Okay, I was just gonna say I'm very, of course, you can see passionate because I'm going back and forth. So right now, CEC stays where it is for this year. Okay, and then next year, the plan is to do something different. I could maybe convince to do, to change my vote, but I just want to make this statement. When you talk about failing kids or supporting kids, you know, we moved, or Miss Leona's moved out of this building, and she's been over at Tanana, which I didn't know where she was. And in that move, disempowers our students. I mean, they know where she is now, I guess, to get to her for the support of what her program was all about. So when we move these programs, we have to think, I mean, I know we think of the money, the value, and what we're doing it. And I do believe that our district is making a change to do some consolidating and redesigning how we're going to look as a learning institution. I believe that. But I just want us to understand when we move certain things that impact our kiddos, and especially these kiddos, we better do some branding and to let people know what's going on. Because the homeless kids, they could just walk out of the bus thing and get on the bus and come over here and do what they need to do with Miss Leona, and that's not happening right now. So that's where my head is at when we're doing this, because I've utilized this and I know students in our district, how important these little programs are, these little sections here, and how they play in the life of our kids. It actually adds to our graduation numbers. It actually adds to our kids finishing and doing what they need to do.
And to answer your question, yes, they are staying next year. That fund was just put in the CARES funding. Seeing no other questions or comments, Mrs. Marati, can you go ahead and give us the amended motion or the amendment before we vote?
Yep. So I move to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to move CEC lease and custodial costs at a cost of $110,000 from CARES grant funding back to general fund. So a yes vote would move these funds out of CARES and into the general fund. A no would leave them in CARES.
Ms. Poland?
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson?
Ms. Sanderson, yes.
Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
No.
Mr. Sampson?
No.
Mrs. Matheson?
No.
Mrs. Luke?
No.
Motion failed.
All right. We are back to the main motion on the floor. Are there any amendments that anyone would like to bring up to the general fund budget?
I move to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to remove AASB dues at a cost of $24,000 and by adjusting the general fund by adding $24,000 to available funds.
Second.
Who was that second?
Oh.
Thank you.
Would you like to make a statement? Ms. Marati, I think you have to state that you're recusing yourself and the reason.
I need to recuse myself. I'm an employee of the Association of Alaska School Boards.
Okay, thank you.
I object to the chair decision on that.
Come back? I didn't hear that.
Oh, what was that?
So as your ruling is that that's a,
Conflict.
It is a conflict of interest because she is employed by AASB.
It wasn't a ruling. Did you rule or did she recuse herself?
She recused herself
Thank you, that's what I thought I heard.
because she is
and you're
employed.
accepting that.
Are
So
you?
you have to rule on it.
Wait one moment. Yes. Okay. Yes, I accept her recusal of recusing herself.
Okay. I
from the vote.
object, and if I can explain why, and then it would go to a vote.
And then we will go to a vote, correct?
That I recognize that she is an employee currently of AASB. This amount does not impact that salary in any way, and that given the number on our board, that I think it's important that all of us are heard. So. She does not have any financial really investment in our decision. That employment would continue despite whatever we decided.
And now I believe we go to a vote without discussion.
Well, we've allowed discussion.
I'm going to take one quick moment because I want to ensure that I do this legally correct.
Yes. I mean, as we've had some, as you're doing that, we've had advice from our council. There needs to be some financial, primarily financial.
Order.
I won't continue.
Yeah, please, yes. No, because your current status. Did you find it? Okay. Oh, did Miss Sanderson leave? Okay. I apologize. We're just taking one quick moment.
President Luke,
Yes,
there is policy 240 that may address this question.
thank you.
We want to explore that policy as a way to address the situation.
Thank you. Okay. You are correct. Thank you for finding that policy. That policy states 240, no member of the board shall have any direct pecuniary interest in a contract with the school district, nor furnish any direct labor, equipment, or supplies to the district. It is not the intent of the policy to prevent the district from contracting with corporations or businesses because of a board member's employee of the firm. However, in such instances, the member shall declare on the public record an association with the firm and refrain from debating or voting on the question. Mr. Doran, would you still like to go to the vote?
Yes, because it says it shouldn't prevent that. Yes, I would. I don't believe she has the pecuniary interest.
Okay.
You ready? Mrs.
Oh,
Smith?
wait, I apologize. So a yes vote supports my understanding and decision with this policy. A no vote would state that Ms. Marati is allowed to stand here and discuss and vote on any matters dealing with AASB. So a yes would dismiss Ms. Marati, and a no would allow her to stay in her seat. Ms. Poland.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
No.
Mrs. Anderson?
No.
Miss Marati? Oh. Mrs. Luke?
Yes. So due to the conflict of interest, Ms. Marati has recused herself from this discussion.
Thank you.
Mr. Sampson, would you like to speak on this?
No.
Okay. Would anyone else? Mr. Doran?
I'm going to speak against the motion. I think that our association with AASB is very valuable to our district, that we have received trainings, which I think has helped us as a board through their services. They are a way for us also to communicate with districts throughout the state and look at commonalities, and also to understand where we may have differences depending on circumstances for districts across the state. It is the only professional entity within the state that specifically deals with school boards. They do provide a wealth of services, a wealth of knowledge, not only to us as an individual board, but also as information to legislators. It is a compilation of many districts, actually all districts in the state except for one, and that that they work really hard to see what priorities are for districts, whether they be the Big Five, whether they be rural, whether they be on the road system, and to try and make sure that they represent not AASB, but our boards. And I think it's a very valuable amount, very valuable entity. Our membership in that is key to working also side by side with the other districts. And that, as was mentioned in some comments of the last couple of days, that small amounts, while important, are small, and we're not, there's not a great interest in nickel and diming, but by the same token, this is such a small percentage of our budget. It is important, especially at a time when we need to advocate with the state to adequately fund education.
Mr. Sampson.
Well, I guess I'll have to say something now. I would say that ASB is a professional entity. They do help districts throughout the state, and they will continue to advocate for other districts throughout the state with or without our money. Indirectly, we will benefit from their actions, arguably, even though we don't have to pay them anything. They do go to Juno and do some bidding for collectively for all the districts across the state, and therein lies one of my issues. We pay them, and they don't focus their effort on us solely. Indirectly, there is a conflict of interest when it comes from district to district, when it comes to Juno, when we're speaking about Juno. We don't pay ASB to lobby for us. That's not the intent of our association with ASB. I believe that our association with ASB should revolve around their training. And I would argue that their training has been a complete failure when it comes to this board. I would challenge anyone to review the last 6 months worth of board meetings and tell me anything differently. I think we have attorneys on staff, and we have access to past attorneys that we already pay, that 3 or 4 or 5 hours of their time would be of much better use of our money than having someone come in front of us, such as ASB, that I've experienced in the past. I wouldn't appreciate having to go through any of that training again. I think it's $24,000 that could be well spent somewhere else.
Mr. Doran.
I think Ms. Matheson, and then if I could be in the key.
Ms. Matheson.
Thank you. I actually will vote for this because I don't support monopolies. And I've worked in the state of Alaska in marketing and research for like the past 10 years. Fairbanks, Juneau, and Anchorage are all in our state. They are completely different demographics, which means that when ASB goes to lobby, sure, they have a voice, but it's not necessarily our voice. So I have to agree that I don't want to pay them anymore.
Ms. Anderson. Oh, I apologize.
That's fine.
Oh,
Just put me in the key.
Ms. Anderson.
Well, I'll just say that I'm really disappointed that this is in the spotlight. You can have beliefs and agendas. You have an organization that is reputable, that is advocating across the state of Alaska for students. Students, all students. There are students that they represent that have been marginalized and don't have voices. They take that banner on, just like this district has changed our strategic plan to cover those same students. They advocate and look at and use data to come up with their policies. They have professional, educated people who hold licensures and certificates and have expertise. They partner with people like the Alaska Institute, First Nations Institute, Native corporations to advocate and bring forth the most comprehensive advocacy policies anywhere. They are well respected across the nation, and the work they do is totally reflected in the life of our students. They advocate in the way of scholarships, $15,000 scholarships across the state for over 15 to 13 students. Scholarships for kids to finish their CEC training, continued education for seniors who are already in our institutions, and the rest go to our brand new graduating seniors across the state. I don't understand, and I'll just say, what is the angst? And when you come with this, you should be able to state what it is that's so offensive to you that you want us to totally break with a relationship that has been profitable to us for years. Not only training, not only the advocacy, not only the legislative stance that they take and participate from around the nation. I just don't, I'm baffled. I'm totally baffled.
Mr. Doran, and then I have Ms. Smith, and then Ms. Matheson.
Thank you. One of the things that I want to point out that AESB, in terms of services here, they have worked with us and very particularly with our charter schools to help make sure that they are in alignment with the state regulations and expectations. They've been a tremendous resource to us in that. It is important to note that the charter schools in our district would know if we voted to remove ourselves from AASB, our charter schools would no longer have that service, that resource to them. Our district, in asking about charters, would no longer have that resource. And we do know that we have issues. And I think I'm going to pause and wait until people return because this is important to the discussion. So I guess to the Vice President, I suggest we take a recess.
That's fine. We'll just take a 2-minute recess till Ms. Luke returns.
Okay, thank you for that quick recess, or, yes, recess. Mr. Doran, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I will restart my remarks. In terms of testing to services that ASB provides to us, it's important to also be mindful of the work they have done with our charter schools and with our district in helping to keep charter schools aligned with state law, regulations, guidance, helping them properly conduct their operations, and in helping us in developing appropriate policy. They're actively working on that, not only for our benefit, but for the state, and bringing, for all the districts, and bringing the experience of those districts. If we decide to no longer be a member of ASB, then our charter schools no longer have that resource. We no longer have that resource. And that is both a very, very timely one, as charter schools throughout the state are undergoing some organizational growth and such. And so I would hate to see us lose that resource, and it's a very small amount of money that helps bring that to our community. The other thing, in terms of professional development, I'm mindful of the fact that many people in professions belong to professional organizations, and they take training, and we take training in order to sharpen our skills, to have a broader and better, deeper knowledge of our work at hand. And as a school board, that's what ASB does. It is our professional organization. In the health fields, people belong to a variety of health professional organizations to keep them up to date, to keep them sharp, to keep them trained. And in education, we have that. We actually support that strongly with our CSA, with our principals, that they keep themselves part of a professional organization and stay informed. As deep a background as I have in education and understanding of boards and watching school boards in operation and working with them for over 40 years, it is a learning curve. And I depend and value the professional training that is available to me, that I can learn how to be a better board member and to carry out my responsibility for the guiding the education as part of the team. That is absolutely key. For me to say that I don't need that training would be a dereliction of my responsibilities as a board member. And so when I put all of those things together, the resources that ASB gives, the fact that I learn so that I can be a better board member, that I can learn to work, but as a member of a board constructively, and sometimes I do it well and sometimes I don't. And so when I look at what ASB, who focuses on that, on our roles, becomes extremely important and helps me be more as a contributing member than going rogue. And I would say that we would be very remiss to say that we do not benefit from our investment in this. It's very small, important, and so I continue, and I just would ask us to be mindful of really what they do bring in resource, service, and in a sense, their commitment to us. They didn't bring particular training that they said, oh, this is what you need. They brought training that we asked for that training. And we took it, and just as an example, that we had training, a professional development for us in January, and we've actually acted on that. They brought professional training to our charter schools in the fall, and the administration is actually acting on that. So they're bringing things that are very, very valuable to our district. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. I have Mrs. Smith, Ms. Matheson, Mr. Sampson, and then myself in the queue.
Thank you. I support this amendment for nothing to do with money. I don't think that $22,000 has any real business in our conversation about the budget. It's just 100% for me an ideological statement. There's members of the board who have attended AASB trainings and things, and members who haven't, and we all have different understandings of them. But since I came to this board, I have attended almost every single AASB opportunity that was put forward to me. And I am not saying that we don't need training, because the things that I learned in those trainings were very important, and just like Mr. Dorn said, make me a more effective board member. However, AASB is not a training company that we hire to train us how to be board members. They are advocates for Alaska's Youth, Association of Alaska School Boards, and they are an advocacy group of which we are a member. And when I went to their general membership meeting in November, I attended the trainings that I thought were weaknesses for me, things that I didn't have a good understanding of, things that were things I was conflicted about. So I didn't just go in my zone to the things that were like, hey, I like that, I want to go to that. I was like, I do not understand that at all, and I want to know more about that. And what I learned was that me and AASB are not a match. And that their ideals and their idea of advocating for certain issues, and many issues, not one, not two, but I could go through and list them off, and even just really important, a real important aspect for me is that I feel that education is really changing, and that it's going to be important in the future for the large school districts to have their own voice. Because there is just such a huge discrepancy and disparity between the things that are important to rural districts and the things that are important to the large districts. And that was made very clear to me at the general membership, that when we met with the large districts have a lot of differences between each other. And they have completely different ideas and values and things that are their resolutions and statements of belief than the 50 other or 47 other school districts that were there. And I just feel like the future of education requires the large districts to have something different going on and to separate. And Matsu is a pretty functional school district, and their board members seem to know how to participate as board members, and they get the work of their district done, sometimes better than us, I'd say. And so they're functioning without AASB. And I'd like to be a part of that. And I'd like to work with other large districts to possibly form a whole new organization, or just move forward and stop being held down by an association that does do great things and represents certain ideological vision that does not match with me. And I think that it doesn't match with our community as well as it should to be something that we are a member of, nothing to do with $24,000. And so I would just like to move forward and strike out to find a new way to be represented to the state, if that's it. And for the training, I'm 100% sure that there is someone else out there who could provide us training, or, you know, we already pay extra to ASB to provide us those trainings. I mean, whatever it takes, the board's not going to not get training anymore, and we are just going to have a different voice for advocacy if we lose our association with Alaska Association of School Boards. So nothing to do with money, but I could talk all night about the belief statements that I completely and utterly do not agree with in the Where We Stand 2022. So.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. So Mr. Doran made a comment about medical professionals participating in organizations like AASB, but for medicine. That is not true. They do that for prestige. They take CEU courses because the state of Alaska requires them to. They get those CE credits that the state of Alaska requires them to from any source that they deem viable, not because their organization that they belong to says that they should. Another thing is, we were talking about how ASB advocates for our students. They advocate for Alaskan students. How are they empowering our students? I don't care about them advocating as much as how are they empowering them.
Mr. Sampson? I was next in the queue. I think I'm going to talk solely budget right now. One of the conversations we had, a couple of times we had the same conversation over the last couple days, with the recommended budget, trusting our chief school administrator and her team, Mr. Mcgraw and his incredible team that he has with them, with the general fund, that we have a strong general fund that has been dwindled down to bare bones. And in some points, Mr. Mcgraw, and correct me if I'm wrong, mentioned if we do any more cuts or make many more of these changes, we are going into marrow, bone marrow. I personally think that our general fund budget should go as is, and that CARES is where we can focus our change in numbers. I believe if we want to have a discussion on AASB, I think that I would rather have that discussion at a different time and not have it tied to budget. And if there is a disagreement with ideology, how incredible of an opportunity we have to change the state narrative. Yeah, I guess I'm not ready to say. I do believe that we do have some issues or some disagreements. I'm just not ready to say that I would get rid of AASB. Nor would I say that I would, well, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Mr. Doran?
Just a couple of things. I just wanted to make the observation that every member on our current board has had training from AASB. And if we did drop out, I'd say, who else to do the training? They are the only resource in the state that way. The other thing that's really important is AASB does not have its own ideology. Everything that is in their statements has been voted on by the districts, and the districts provide that. And beyond that, we have, and they encourage, strongly encourage, and work to facilitate districts to have their own voice, that they don't have to take it's not a line that they take. We have our own voice, and we've operated with that. We have spoken in our own voice, take time to do that. And then in terms of youth and for kids, that particular thing, they do provide youth leadership. We've sent students to their youth leadership programs, and those are focused particularly on helping students have their voice, not to say what it should be, but to have their voice. And we've actually seen that as students have come to testify before our board. You know, not all of those who have come have gone to AASB Youth Leadership, but we have had members who have come back. So I just wanted to say that they really do try to promote the student voice as well as our district own voices, because we do have unique situations as well.
Mr. Sampson, and then we'll go to the vote.
Please. I just want to argue that everything we do here today is budget orientated, and that every conversation that we have doesn't necessarily, it surrounds dollars, but there's a further conversation. I think it's an appropriate venue to address the matter. I think it's an ideal time to make the leap and diverge and go in a different direction, and it's an opportunity for us to set us up next year to have some candid conversations about how we could actually better the board. I just want to say that it is not about money, although it is in the budget, or else we wouldn't be having this conversation. I just want to say that I went through a hiring process with them, dealing with the superintendent hiring process. There were some issues that we dropped the ball on, but I can tell you at the end of the day, I was not impressed with the services that I received that I received from them. I also can tell you that I did go through some of their training, and I was not impressed with their training. I've spent a few hours reading Robert's Rules for Dummies, and I've gotten much more out of that book than any full day trainings that I've had from AASB. I'm just trying to be a realist here. The 24 grand isn't a big deal, but when we spend money on something, I expect something in return. As to their charter school relationship, we employ a Miss Beam to deal with that. We don't pay AASB to keep us within state standards. We have Miss Beam. If we want to pay Miss Beam another $24,000, I'd be happy to have that conversation. And lastly, when we speak about they don't have an ideology, and what ideology arguably that they do have that is expressed, that ideology is formed from the groups that they represent. And I can tell you that's a fallacy, because when I went to attempt to utilize some of their training, unbeknownst to me, I was not allowed into the training session. The door was shut to me, and it was shut to the majority of these members. They told me that if I didn't have an injection, a vaccine, that I wasn't welcome to participate in what I paid for, what this district has paid for. So I can tell you that there are times, that's just one example. I've got probably 50 examples of legislation that they've advocated for in Juneau that I'm staunchly against. There's another 50 to 100 examples that I'm not really supportive. Some people may be, some people wouldn't be, but there's plenty of them that I would stand on my 2 feet and scream saying, that's wrong. That's not a benefit to the students. I don't remember being asked if I support that. I don't support that. And for that reason, I would like to see it pulled out of the budget. We can go a different route next year. Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Do you mind me asking what?
It's your house.
what it what it was that I guess through myself. What is it that what was being lobbied by ASB that you were so staunchly against?
I'm not, that would turn into an ideological debate, and I don't care to go there. I'm sure Ms. Smith's got them all written down, but
That's fine.
there's tons of them, and I mean, I can go there, but, you know, out of respect for the time, and I don't know if we're on item number 2 or 3. I don't know, maybe I wouldn't mind having a 2-minute limit on my own speech so we can get through some of this. So for that reason, I'm gonna.
All right, Ms. Anderson.
I just make a quick correction. Their platform for is you can do a rapid test before you travel and present that, and it is not mandated you have to be vaccinated. After discussion with other members and people involved, they made, that is the platform. So it's not, you have to be, that's not true. There are other compensations, so.
And then Ms. Smith.
I was just asking if you wanted some list items. I mean, it's up to you. It's like, if you're trying to decide, here you go, like 1, 2, 3, just right off the bat. In their book, like section 1.18, compulsory education age, they advocate for changing compulsory education age to 6 to 18. Like, no. I mean, I don't personally agree with that. They advocate for stuff like that. They've been advocating all over in Juneau for the percent of market value of the PFD, be 75%, 25%. I don't think our constituents majority support that. And I don't support that, but ASB is all over testifying about that, and other education bills that also take money from PFD to education. And right there's just several right off the bat that they spend our money and their time being paid for by our money advocating for those things that they don't agree. And then even at the conference, Mr. Doran fought quite well to try for a teacher retention and teacher recruiting advocacy through AASB. That was not just for rural districts, but that was for all of us. And I was like, no, this is just for rural districts. We're going to keep it to rural only, you know, just, you don't want me to go on, but I could for a long time of things that they're in Juneau talking about and testifying. They say the words, our membership supports. And then they spout off stuff that they support. And when they say that, they're talking about this lady right here. And I am not into that. I'd like to sever that. I would like to sever myself from our membership and then what follows when they testify in Juneau on many things. Sure, there's some things that I agree with them, but when there's a drop of poison, I don't want any sips of the drink, so.
Ms. Moline? Is there a recommendation from the administration or thoughts from administration?
I don't have any right now. The board members have spoken their opinions, and this is a board decision, so at this point, it's up to the vote.
Mrs. Poland, a yes vote would take ASB out of the general fund, and a no vote would keep it in the general fund.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
No.
Mrs. Sanderson?
No.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Luke.
Sorry, I apologize. I've just got a lot of things going on in my mind. Um, for this year, I'm going to have to say no.
We have a tie, and in those situations, Mrs. Luke, with the tie, the motion,
The motion is defeated.
yeah, defeated.
Ms. Marati, would you like to join us back on the diocese?
I move to amend the FY 2022-2023 recommended budget to reduce legal expenditures by 25%, netting a savings to the general fund of $67,500.
Second.
Would you like to speak to that, or are we ready to?
Can I call the vote?
No. Mr. Dorn?
Question, so this would be cutting the legal at 60, by 67,500. My question is, to administration, does that leave you a reasonable amount for covering all legal? And I know it's not just when the board might ask, when chief school administrator might ask, it's also HR, special ed. It's a broad piece of legal that comes up. Am I correct with that? And does it leave the administration with enough of a balance, I mean, if we need legal, let me just answer that question. I can do a follow-up.
So to your answer, Mr. Doran, I'm going to go back to one of my earlier statements in this budget is built on a level of assumptions, and that with what we know now and all things being equal and moving forward, I think that's a completely doable thing, especially considering the past fiscal year that we had and the level of access that we needed to law. Moving forward, we've already made a lot of hard decisions, so to answer your question, yes, I think that leaves enough in the budget, making the assumption that nothing catastrophic happens to do our business.
I might do a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that, because I think that addresses or make sure that I'm on the right track with the other, whether we reduced it or not, and not knowing what legal things might come up, but yes, this is, there may be years that we've not used the full amount, whatever we allocated. There are years when we've needed to go above that. So administratively, if you needed to go above, if we need the legal advice, we're going to get the legal advice. And that dollar amount is not necessarily going to spend it just for the sake of expending it, or not getting the legal advice because we don't have the dollar right there.
Yeah. Exactly. Again, we build the budget on assumptions, and with our best guess of how we access legal, I think it's a doable thing.
With that, I think I would support this because I think that we need some buffer in our general fund. We should not end the year on zero. So with that understanding and the explanation from administration, I can go with this.
It looks as though we don't have any other comments. We are ready for the vote.
Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Luke,
Yeah,
motion carried.
thank you. All right. Any other amendments to the general fund budget?
I move to amend the FY 2022-2023 recommended budget to eliminate board travel at a cost of $15,000 and by adjusting the general fund by adding $15,000 to available funds.
Second. And could we follow the rules of the chair, acknowledging who to talk next?
Oh, Mr. Sampson. It's been first and seconded. Ms. Poland, did you hear which one it was? Board travel?
Yep, I heard that. And who was the second? Okay, thank you.
Would you like to speak to that one?
I'd like to call a question.
Is there any other comments? Mr. Doran?
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to move to amend the motion to be to reduce board travel to $10,000 and then adjusting to the general fund by adding $5,000 to the available funds. And I'd like to speak to it if it's seconded.
Second.
Thank you. I think it's important for us to do what savings we can. And I think that, and again, not to expend stuff just because it's there. We'll have individual decisions on the expenditure of these funds. But to have none is, when we talk about even wanting to advocate, talk with legislators on our own behalf, with our own voice, you need some mechanism for doing that. If we have additional things, if we need to look at, there are any number of issues that might come up. Going to zero really ties our hands. Again, we don't want to frivolously, and I don't think we have. I have not seen any board in over my years that has frivolously used these travel funds. But we want to be cognizant of it. And I think in terms of making a contribution and saying, yes, we can adjust our budget too. I think that's a symbolic thing that's very, very important. It goes beyond just symbolism, but does contribute to the overall good. But to eliminate it, I'm quite concerned about that.
Ms. Matheson?
We've invested how many millions in our Zoom capabilities and our Google chat? I don't even know the names of all of these systems. But we can definitely zoom in if we need to, or pick up our phones and call. I don't see why we need to travel to have these conversations.
I put myself in the queue as well. The only thing I think of is going to Juneau, having just next year, having maybe just the board president, along with the chief school administrator, along with their lobbyist, go down to Juneau That's the only thing that I was thinking of just ensuring that they go down there and make a presence known there. So I would be in favor of keeping just a small amount of that stipend to ensure that you can get face-to-face time in Juneau. So reducing it down to 5,000, I think, is an adequate request. Mr. Sampson.
I wholeheartedly agree. Thank you. But I believe that the amendment to the motion was to move it down to 10,000.
Oh, I apologize. 10,000.
I don't think it costs $10,000 to fly to Juneau. But I would like to say that I remember pretty much every member of this board was given the opportunity to fly to Chicago, or maybe somewhere on the East Coast. It was the first year. I had the opportunity to fly to Chicago, something like that, somewhere down the lower 48. And we were going to participate in some kind of training. It's like a 2 or 3 day training. Ms. Tuttle could speak to it. Bless her, she's not here tonight. But I can tell you, to Ms. Matheson's point, we do have technology, and we can save those flights and Uber rides and paid for lunches and whatnot, and find that training locally or do it on Zoom. I do agree that we should go to Juneau and make the meetings that we have with our legislators. And I would advocate that you schedule those meetings with legislators that are outside of your district, considering we live with the ones that are within our district, and that seems like that would be a waste of time to schedule a minute of our local legislators' time, since we have ample opportunity to address them. But yes, there is value in our superintendent and the board president who represents this board to fly to Juneau. And for that reason, I would still recommend putting the budget to zero, and we can still fly to Juneau with zero in the budget, just like we're still going to get legal fees in the event that we need them. Or we can just vote everything down and redo it for a $5,000 pot of money to get yourself and our superintendent to Juneau.
It won't be me.
Oh, yes, it will.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you. Part of my reduction, the $5,000 reduction in maintaining 10,000 in the line item, is cognizant of, I don't see us doing, I mean, I would love to say our board could go to a national school boards training or other training that would be beneficial to us. At this time, I don't see that as appropriate, given our financial situation and the time that the most recent time the board has gone was over 3 years ago. And so, and that was to Philadelphia. And I know not all board members were able to go, though the president at that time provided that opportunity, and the superintendent. So I am cognizant of not leaving enough in there for out-of-state travel, but an appropriate amount in-state. And also there, sometimes with our legislative committee, we've done more than just one person, but I am trying to be cognizant, and that's why I said 10,000. I don't think we need it beyond that.
I'd be good with 5,000. But Mr. Sampson.
Thank you. Can I call a question?
Go ahead.
Can I, Mr. Doran, can you please reread your amendment for me?
Yeah, so I moved to amend the amendment, where is it here? It's replacing that to eliminate would be to reduce board travel to $10,000 by adjusting the general fund to add 5,000 to available funds.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'm not quite as quick as Mrs. Tuttle yet, so thank you.
You're doing fine.
Okay, calling the question. Mrs. Matheson?
It is a no vote.
A no vote strikes it down, and a yes vote will move the travel budget to 10,000.
No.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson?
No.
Miss Marati?
No.
Mrs. Smith?
No.
Mr. Sampson?
No.
Mrs. Luke?
No.
Motion failed.
Mr. Doran?
I move to amend the amendment to reduce board travel to $5,000 and adjust the general fund by adding 10,000 to available funds.
Is there a second? Motion fails due to lack of second. We go to the original amendment. And will you please read that amendment and Mr. Sampson?
I move to amend fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to eliminate board travel at a cost of $15,000 and by adjusting the general fund by adding $15,000 to available funds.
A yes is in support of this, and a no will strike it down. Mrs. Poland?
Mrs. Sanderson?
No.
Miss Marati?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Miss Matheson?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
No.
Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Any other amendments to the recommended budget? Ms. Marati?
I move to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to reduce staff travel by $3,500 for assistant superintendent and $9,000 for chief school administrator, and by adjusting the general fund by adding $12,500 to available funds.
Second.
President Luke, can Ms. Marty repeat that?
Yes, please.
I move to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to reduce staff travel by $3,500 for assistant superintendent and $9,000 for chief school administrator, and thereby adjusting the general fund by adding $12,500 to available funds.
Would you like to, oh, well. Any board comment? Oh, Mr. Doran or Ms. Marati, would you like to speak to that?
Sure. Same reason we're reducing board travel to put more into the general fund availability. And these are the only two, if I'm correct, these are the only two travel line items that are not connected to negotiated agreements per the discussion we had last night.
That's correct.
Mr. Doran?
Okay, so that was part of my question, because it was up in the air whether the CSA contract, this was travel as part of that CSA contract or outside.
I don't believe it's in the contract language. It did appear in the budget. In the contract language, it says support professional development, but there is no dollar attached to that.
And if I could ask from the administration, what's the net impact on both the CSA budget and the assistant superintendent budget if there is no travel? I'm assuming this eliminates it completely. What's the impact to your jobs?
I can speak to this CSA position. It would be restrictive, but not undoable. It would, we talking about travel. Did you know that would come into question? We've all been asking people to make cuts and sacrifices, and so while it would change the way that we think about professional development, I also know, as Ms. Matheson mentioned, if looked for, there are online options, or at least there have been online options. So if it's what the board wants, I will figure it out. And Mr. Meinert and Ms. LaPlante can speak to their situation.
I mean, I would share similar thoughts that have already been discussed, that it would cut into possible professional development opportunities, such as the Alaska Principals Conference and the MTSS Conference in Anchorage. But if they offer virtual options, then we would attend that virtually.
Can I comment, or do you want to keep me in the queue afterwards?
Go ahead, and I've got Mr. Sampson.
Okay. Then I will not support this. Again, I think it's puts us in a difficult position where we expect our CSA to continue with training, and especially in terms of being relatively new in this position, and that we expect representation in whether that's going to Juneau, whether it's working with other superintendents, going to the superintendent's conference, going to the principal's conference where we have the assistant superintendents. They're directly responsible for working with our principals, and important to know what's happening there. As well as they have an interest in terms of working with superintendents and that training. So I think it would be short-sighted of me to again remove all travel. We are now at the point where the board does not have any travel for legislation. If we also, to advocate on our behalf, if we also tie the hands of our chief school administrator in that regard, I cannot support this.
Mr. Sampson?
Thank you, President Luke. As a board member, my job is here. If you call it a job, my duty is here in this building, and I don't expect to be flown around the state. As a superintendent or a CSA of a $200 million entity, I expect our leader to be able to fly wherever he or she needs to go. His or her job is not strictly in this town. Our superintendent's job, assistant superintendents, bring them out of town for a multitude of reasons, and I would never fathom cutting their travel down to zero when they're trying to manage a $200-something million budget. And for that reason, I definitely would not be in support of this. Thank you.
It looks as though there's no more comments. Mrs. Poland, we're ready for the vote.
Mr. Sampson?
No.
Mrs. Matheson?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
No.
Mrs. Sanderson?
No.
Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
No.
Mrs. Luke?
No.
Motion failed.
All right, thank you. Ms. Marati?
I move to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to authorize the administration to increase building rental fees. In the recommended language, there's no amount in the language part.
Second.
Would you like to speak to that?
We're told repeatedly we have very limited revenue sources. This is a small one, but it is one. In the proposed budget, it's status quo from last year. However, I don't know if you've been to a restaurant or a store lately, everything's gone up in price, and this is an opportunity for us to raise a little bit more revenue.
Mr. Sampson?
Thank you. I can't speak to the multitude of entities that utilize our facilities when our buildings are closed to our usual typical students, but I can say that typically they're nonprofit in nature, and they deal with students, our students, maybe homeschool students, maybe private school students, but they're minors, they're children that are part of our community. The fact of the matter is our revenue associated with building rentals has gone down over the last year, but that's simply due to COVID. Or should I say the vast majority of that is due to the COVID environment, where we closed our doors and wouldn't allow anyone to rent our building. The idea of increasing the rent on Fairbanks Youth Soccer Association or the different youth volleyball teams in town is simply going to add to the cost of these students to come in and use our gym, our facility, the different symphonies, the different bands that put on concerts here. I think it's extremely short-sighted. I think it's offensive to raise that rent because what it does is it precludes a large number of students from being able to be on these teams, utilize our facilities because they just can't afford to pay the fees. I can tell you it's very expensive for my kid to go down to Ryan and knock a volleyball around during the winter, and a lot of that has to do with the cost of the gym. The increased proceeds that this district benefits would not amount to a whole lot, and it would be detriment to the people that use it. If we're talking about grown adults, they're doing whatever it is they feel like doing, that's a separate issue. But for the most part, we rent out our facilities to organizations that involve students, and I don't need to make money off of those kids. I would actually lend towards reducing our rates so as to, they're not even our buildings, you know, the fees that it costs to open and shut the doors and clean up after these guys. But I would actually look at reducing the rent if it deals with minors so as to promote youth activities in the community. I think this is a backward step. We're talking about $2,000 and $5,000 here at 9:30 at night. I don't think this is a good motion at all. Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. I would say that the very small dollar amounts that we're talking about, for me, to vote for them has to be sort of an ideological reason that we're even talking about them, such as the discussion with AASB or even the board travel. It's just ideological to say that we want to contribute to solving problems. We don't have a lot to give. We could give something. But this, what it would say ideologically to me is kind of what Mr. Sampson said, like, we just want to get more from the kids who are using our buildings. It's just going to be their user fees that go up. And if I could just have through the chair to anybody who knows this, but I recall that the fee is very low for a nonprofit sports entity, like $6 or something.
Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to give the board the background and some context and a few just real quick numbers. We've talking a lot about youth group soccer. They currently pay $1 an hour for an elementary gym on a Saturday. Not a lot of room to reduce that number. The utilities involved in running the lights and the heat at that time for an hour is approximately $40. If it's a Saturday, we're required to have staff there to monitor, and we're paying them overtime. somewhere in the neighborhood of another $40 an hour. So certainly not making dollars. It is kind of not big dollar amounts we're talking about. If we were to move, just to give, these are just, we're throwing out hypotheticals, the $1 an hour to $3 an hour, for example, nominal increases would generate, there's a $20,000 figure on the paper, on the handout that you have in front of you. That's an increase from $1 to $2 or $3 range and there's different types of user groups as well. So nominal increases would generate, this was the minimum increase in revenue that we were looking at, the $20,000 with relatively small increases. If, we went from $1 to $10 an hour, which, everything's relative, right? $10 an hour would still be far below what other organizations charge, and it would be far, far below what it costs for the district. So really the philosophical issue is the district is subsidizing that, and maybe the board is okay with that. There's arguments that would be made for that. That's the philosophical debate that's at hand. The district is subsidizing the use, and so this, I don't know when the last time the district raised rates was. I'm guessing it's many, 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 many years ago. So that's kind of what administration is coming from, how low those rates are compared to the cost that we have to maintain. We're subsidizing, we want to throw it out, put it on the table and have the debate. So.
I have Ms. Matheson and then Ms. Marati. Oh, I apologize. Were you finished?
Well, I mean, knowing that, because that was a big deal to me, because if it's like $600 every weekend, or if it's $6 every weekend, that is a huge difference. But actually $60 or $6, not that big of a difference. But like for me, I think when the music, the people were testifying about the music, and we were saying, well, this is something that kids can't get outside of school. And they can't, do this, and they need it at 4th grade, and they need it at 3rd grade, because how are they going to be good in high school? I was thinking, well, how do they get great at soccer if they don't start at 5th grade or 4th grade? And how do they get good at wrestling if they don't start at 4th grade? And how do they get good at anything if they don't start at 4th grade? If it has to be music, everything else too. And what are we doing to subsidize those kids who want to be great at soccer or baseball or football? We're letting them use the gyms for $1 an hour for their nonprofits. So ideologically, I do not support this. I understand the idea that like it's a way to generate some kind of revenue, but it comes at the cost of telling the community that we don't want to support other things besides music, even though we're sitting here arguing about millions and millions of dollars to support that elementary school music, and we can't support basically all ages of competitive soccer with a subsidized little gym time. So I'm not into this motion.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. I completely disagree. I'm a mom on various boards for various teams, and I work my butt off all year long, not just in the summer, not just in the winter, all year long to fundraise. And if it means that I'm fundraising and I'm showing our teams that our gyms are valuable because we have to pay a little extra, $1, $2, or $3 more an hour, that doesn't, I'm showing them the value of their dollar. I'm showing them the value of their hard work all year long when they're out there selling whatever they're selling. So no, I believe that we can at least break even, at least, at the very minimum, because this is what they work for all year long.
Ms. Marati and then Mr. Doran.
So just to be clear, we charge $1, but it costs
$40 an hour and moving it to $3, we're still subsidizing $37 an hour, but it would generate $20,000 more.
And just to confirm, we would be moving the rates for many different categories. There's 4 different main categories. School-related activities in our facilities, we don't charge anything. Youth groups that we're talking about, that's the cost amount that I referenced. A secondary gym is $2 an hour. An elementary gym is $1 an hour. There's category 3, which is adult. So that 2 was youth, 3 is adult activities, and then category 4 is private and for-profit groups are higher rates. So in the interest of time, I can't go through all of those, but they would be. We're not talking doubling and tripling at higher levels. It would be nominal increase of those higher levels. But yeah, from $1 an hour to $3 an hour, it's tripled. But and so on a very conservative increase of rates, yeah, that would generate the $20,000 that we're referencing on the sheet.
Thank you. And just to remind everyone that the amendment is to authorize the administration to increase the building rental fees at their expert opinion. I'm not putting a requirement of it even breaking even, which would be fantastic, but there's still, it sounds like it won't. And we're still subsidizing significantly. And this is just to move things in a revenue increasing motion.
Thank you. We have Mr. Doran and then Mr. Sampson. And before we go to Mr. Doran, can we get who seconded this motion? Ms. Matheson?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Doran?
Thank you. I appreciate the intent of the motion. I guess part of my questions are, and being cognizant of the fact that we have a rental schedule that really should be looked at as a whole rather than bits and pieces. And I would, it may be time to relook at that. I remember at some point when the district redid the schedule. I can't remember how many years that was. Sorry, it could be 5 years, it could be 20 years. But I'm not sure. I think it's probably 10 or so. But so procedurally, right now, there's no dollar amount to the, okay, could we have a recess?
Do we have a quorum?
She's coming back. You can continue, Mr. Doran.
Okay. That, if we have a dollar amount, maybe it should be and bring in 20,000 but if we increase youth groups, then what about non-youth groups? And we have, I think you said 4 layers. So I think that it's worth looking at the whole thing. If that came back, if the administration said, it's time for us to relook at rental fees, or we said, let's bring the plan back and we can always amend what that'll be. My other procedural question is, if we've moved several things into general fund, but they're just in general fund, what's the net impact? Where are we with that? How will it be accounted in terms of within the budget, the overall recommended budget?
Yes, so the impact would be recorded an increase in revenue in the recommended budget.
And how would it be offset?
It would just be additional dollars available to allocate to expenditures. Okay. And so just for example, Mr. Doran, we're currently running, if this were approved, we're running a surplus now at this point. And at the end of this meeting, we will talk about how to allocate those dollars.
And if I could have one follow-up. As Mr. Sampson suggested, that there, the last couple of years, we've had perhaps fewer groups, I don't know exactly, but we do know that we did not have as many activities. Groups were not looking for places as much, and then availability. But if we got back to our norm, even, we might see an increase. We saw more groups saying, that they want to come. We could see an increase, and that would be just accounted for as, again, we're not going to turn revenue down. We just would have more revenue. Is that correct?
Yeah, so back to your prior comments, we would indeed look at the entire fee schedule in totality, as you indicated, and then we would look for revenue estimate increases. We would look at historical volume regarding rental rate, rental volume, and frequency.
Thank you.
Mr. Sampson.
Thank you. I have a procedural question and a question for our CFO. We didn't touch on the for-profit groups. Is the rental, would you say it's very far above and beyond more than 30% of what it actually costs us? So as to say, is it reasonable?
Yeah, so depending on the circumstances, it might or might not cover costs. So the for-profit, the category 4 for an elementary gym, for example, is $55 an hour.
Okay, thank you. It's reasonable for such a facility. It's more than reasonable. The procedural question, if we have a quorum, we continue with our meeting, correct? And if someone wants a recess, we can ask for a recess and vote on that?
You can ask for a recess, correct?
And then we'd vote on the recess. Like, I don't just get to ask for a recess and then just, like kids in school, they can't just be like, recess.
I think that if there's an objection, then we go to a vote.
Thank you.
It looks as though there's no more comments from the board. Mrs. Pullen, I believe we're ready for the vote. Oh. So.
Do you want me to reread it?
Please reread it, yes.
So move to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to authorize the administration to increase building rental fees. So a yes would be to authorize the administration to increase building rental fees.
Mrs. Poland.
Mrs. Smith?
No.
Mr. Sampson?
No.
Mrs. Matheson?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
No.
Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Motion passed. Motion carried.
Are there any other amendments, Mrs. Marati or Ms. Marati?
This one's going to be a little tricky, but I move to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to eliminate the cost to repurpose and maintain the Nordell building and mothballing it for the fiscal year 22-23 at a cost to be determined by administration and by adjusting the general fund by adding the same to be determined amount to available funds. And the only reason it's to be determined is because there's been different numbers used and I'm not quite sure which one it is. Just for the 1 year, fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2023. It's fiscal year 2022-23.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Marati, would you like to speak to that?
Although I don't know the exact number, I do know that it may be significant. And I think if just same reason for cutting things like board travel and staff travel and all of the other things that we're cutting, we need the funds right now, and the programs that may be impacted are sustainable where they're at right now.
Ms. Moline, before I turn it over to the board with comments or questions, a clarifying question. I recall a couple of meetings ago you mentioned that we could not mothball Nordale, that it had to actually be in usage?
Right. So it has to be, it's been given to us to be used as an educational facility. So it wouldn't be being used for that. So for us to just hang on to it, it would it wouldn't be being used for the purpose. So we may lose it. And then my other question is that the board had voted to repurpose that building. So this, I guess I'm just confused if we would be going against a board vote to make this kind of a change. I think that's my most concerning point, but also further, we could lose the building if we don't use it.
Ms. Marati?
Everything that we're proposing to cut has at one time been voted on. So I don't know if that point is relevant, if everything that is in our budget at one time might have been voted on, and we're eliminating things here and there.
Mr. Sampson?
Thank you. There's a point of order there that we can't waffle back and forth within the, I think it's a 1-year period. I'm not sure. If I had better training from AASB, I could explain that to you. But
Mr. Sampson?
sorry,
Stay
my
on task.
apologies. There's many attempts to get rid of the program that the board's already spoken to. I know there's all sorts of different ways that folks want to get rid of the best program over there. I can tell you that I don't support this. The best program makes us over $1 million. Some people don't like homeschoolers. I get it.
Point of order.
Mr. Sampson, please be respectful.
Of
Stay on task.
Well, I think if people don't want Nordale, that means they don't want the homeschool program. So I guess I should say there's some people that don't want homeschool programs within our facilities, and they don't see the value in that, to clarify what my point is there. I'm speaking to the value, and it's over $1 million. So anyhow, I don't support that. I don't think that we can actually legally bring up a vote on that. And I can tell you, having spoken to the mayor, that if we give back a building, don't expect to be to get it back.
Mrs. Smith, and then I have myself in the queue, and then Mr. Doran. Yes.
I would like to say that I would never support this motion.
She said she would never support the motion. It's my turn. I will not support this motion. We voted on it on February 1st, that we will utilize this building for our alternative programs. It has been stated by the borough, by the mayor, that if we mothball this building, it will be taken back by the borough. We cannot allow that to happen. We as a board made that decision less than 2 months ago, and we as a board need to stand by that vote and move forward, and utilize it the way that we told the community that we would utilize it. Mr. Doran.
Thank you. My thoughts around this, not necessarily speaking for or against it at the moment, is that this is the use of a building. It doesn't reflect upon the programs. Each of the alternative programs we have, I fully support, and I think they're important for our district. Where they are located is does not reflect whether the program itself happens or not necessarily. And I say necessarily because our North Star College, it's it has to be where it is. And then we take into effect also our other alternative programs, the community they're serving, and how that meets needs of students. But in terms of the specific building, the board's motion was, and decision was to repurpose it for alternative programs. It doesn't say exactly on what time frame, and we do know that evidently several of those alternative programs we have not. You referenced it yourself, or it was referenced earlier this meeting, that we really need to have a plan and a review of what our alternative programs do. So I'd like to see that happen. I am not in favor of seeing Nordell go back to the borough, and would make sure that we don't. So I think a piece of information, we have not yet got a plan and official information from the borough as to how any of our 3 buildings that we closed as schools would be transitioned, and where the borough stance is, and whether we have to maintain all of them for a period of time, for a year. If we actively are planning how Nordell would be used in terms of what are the needs of the alternative programs, do they really fit in that building, or do we need to exchange a building? But yeah, I'm somewhat mixed on this, because I don't want to see it go back to the borough. I don't think that's appropriate. But I also see that the planning, some of the initial plans are not there where we are with it, and get a definitive answer from the borough as to what their expectations. Do we have time to plan appropriately for its educational use, or what? And I just don't have that information.
Ms. Smith?
I feel this topic has been debated elaborately to 1.5 months ago, and I'd like to call the question.
Mr. Sampson, did you?
I was looking to call the question.
Okay. We need to wait for the return of one of our board members. Okay, so Ms. Marati, would you go ahead and read your motion? And yes.
I move to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to eliminate the costs to repurpose and maintain the Nordell building and mothballing it for fiscal year 2022-23 at a cost to be determined by administration, and by adjusting the general fund by adding the same to be determined amount to available funds.
So a yes would be in agreement to mothballing Nordell, and a no would be moving the motion down.
For 1 fiscal year.
It would just be,
The amendment says to mothball for the fiscal year 2020.
for the fiscal year, correct. Ms. Poland?
So, wait, hold up.
Oh, Ms. Sanderson?
Just clarify again.
So if you vote yes, we will take Nordell out of usage for next fiscal year. And a no would vote down this motion.
A no would be we stay with the plan that we.
Correct.
Okay.
A no would be continuing with the plan. Ms. Poland?
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
No.
Mr. Sampson?
No.
Mrs. Matheson?
No.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson?
No.
Mrs. Luke?
No.
Motion failed.
Any other amendments that the board would like to bring for our main budget? Yes, Ms. Marati.
Can I ask, there's the PTR one?
That was in
That's CARES.
CARES.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'll
Yes.
wait. Thank you.
Yes. I see no other motion or amendments that are being raised before the board at this time. I want to ensure that I am accurate with that. Okay. Mr. Mcgraw, I know that you, Mrs. Moline had mentioned that we need to give your team a few moments to ensure the accuracy of our numbers within our budget before we go to the final vote before we go to the final motion.
Yes, I think a minimum of a 15-minute recess would be appropriate. We're showing a combined surplus at this point of a little over $100,000. So I know what my intent is. I'm a little unsure of Robert's rules here. It'll involve an allocation of a little over $100,000. So I guess I'll defer to you, President Luke, on how you'd like us to proceed, if we want to have that dialogue, or if you want administration to put forward a recommendation for the usage of those $100,000.
Is it your pleasure, President Luke, that you hear from the administration about our recommendations for the surplus?
Let's see.
So here's a way to think about it. We have a surplus, and we have a lot of things still in CARES. So to look at possibly moving some of those things that we've been supporting in CARES into the general fund is something that we would be recommending.
And if I may, Ms. Luke, a logical next step would be to move the last district-wide music teacher into the general fund.
So that would be what we would recommend, but it's up to the board.
Mr. Dorn?
Like to move that we postpone further action on this till tomorrow. Let me finish there, and then I can, unless you want me to address it earlier, but let's see if there's a second.
Second?
Why I'm making that suggestion is given the time, I think we've had really good discussions, and I appreciate them and the different viewpoints that have come out. But this would give the administration an opportunity, especially if we're talking another 15, 20 minutes, we're after 10, to pull together with some thought what their actual recommendation would be now that they have a dollar amount. And then we would also then take up CARES tomorrow rather than taking it up sometime after 10 tonight. So my thinking is that it would give them time to bring us information, and then our discussion on CARES, we give that thought rather than getting really late tonight.
I had Mr. Sampson, Ms. Smith, and Ms. Marati.
Thank you. I'd like to call the question.
What's the question? What is it?
Did he move to postpone?
Vote on postponement.
Oh.
Till tomorrow night.
Wasn't there a second?
And there was a second.
And I'm
Ms.
calling the
Poland.
question.
Ms. Poland. Oh, a yes would be we are postponing till tomorrow. A no would be we would continue our discussion.
Mrs. Sanderson,
No.
Ms. Marati,
Wait, a no is to
Continue.
no.
Mrs. Smith,
No.
Mr. Sampson,
No.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Luke.
No.
Motion failed.
So we are at a 15-minute recess to give you time to get.
And we are confident we'll be ready.
Yep. Thank you very much. Hi, our board is back from our recess, and I would like to turn the time over to administration to go over the final numbers for our budget.
Right. After the conversation and the amendments, the surplus equaled 102,500, and it would be our recommendation to move the final district-wide music teacher from CARES into the general fund. And making that would still give us like a $15,500 deficit. And what we would ask is that you would trust the administration to find that $15,500 cut to come up to our zero budget. Andy, Mr. DeCraw.
And in addition to those talking points, the new motion document that the board has in front of you, the only difference between the original one and the one that was just completed by Ms. Weaver is an increase of $20,000 to the operating fund portion of the calculation, and that's to reflect higher anticipated rental revenue from an increase in fees.
Thank you. So the recommendation from administration is to move our one district-wide music instructor from CARES over to hard dollars in our budget. Ms. Marati.
So since we don't have the big budget book in front of us, and we've done a lot of talking tonight, I just want to confirm that this budget, the general fund that we were just provided, includes librarians.
Yes, it does, Ms. Marati.
Thank you.
Ms. Marati.
We haven't done the motion yet?
We have not done a motion to administration's recommendation.
Okay.
And if we follow their recommendation, it would be to move the district-wide music.
So do you want a motion to move 118,000 out of CARES to general fund?
Can you please repeat your motion?
So I'm clear on, before I make it fully, the motion that you would like to see is that we're moving 118,000 out of CARES to the general fund.
For the district, for the music.
For the district-wide reason, okay. Okay, so.
That is the recommendation from administration.
All right. So I will move, is that clear? Is that what we're doing?
Well, and just procedurally, I'm just throwing out this for consideration. Technically, the motion to approve the all funds amounts on the motion page.
We have to do this as an amendment.
Okay.
To follow kind of the procedures, what we've done.
Okay.
And then we go back to the main motion after we're done with the amendment.
Okay.
Because this would be considered an amendment.
Okay, so help me, you can double check me if, all right. So I move to amend the FY 2022-2023 recommended budget to move $118,000 from the CARES funds into the general fund for the district-wide art position.
Music.
Music.
I'm sorry, yes, thank you. It's getting late. For the district-wide music position.
Second.
Any comments? If not, we can go to a vote. Mr. Sampson.
I'll just throw a comment out there so people understand where I'm coming from when I vote no. The funds are going in the opposite direction, in my opinion. I think that what we have here is we have over $15,092,000 available to us in CARES fund. And what I'm of the mindset that you take things out of the general budget and you utilize those care funds, and then what you end up with is money left in our savings account. And that's what I think is fiscally responsible. I like to leave money in the savings account and follow the board policy that we have, which is like, we should have about 16 million. You know, I would prefer to see everything into the CARES and leave, the CARES is 15 million. I would prefer to see $15 million worth of stuff pulled out of the general budget into the CARES, utilize all the CARES, leaving us with $15 million. That's my mindset. In my head, this is going the opposite of direction, what I consider to be fiscally responsible. And there is no question there. That is simply a comment, and it just tells the community where I'm coming from when I vote no. I'm not saying I don't support music. The music's already here. It's in the, well, it's in the CARES proposed. So I'm not saying get rid of music. I'm saying fund it with the money that we have in the CARES. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. DeGraw, did you have something to add to the comment?
Yes, I want to say that I fully agree with Mr. Sampson's position and his statements. And it is the plans of administration to begin talks and addressing the topic heavily of fund balance that the district carries from one year to the next. And so specifically as it relates to new revenues that come to the district in the future, have a robust dialogue on what strategy and what position the board wants to take in relation to the policy that Mr. Sampson referenced, and how it relates to new revenues that come forward to the district. How do we allocate those new dollars? Many factors would be involved, but administration is interested in having significant talks on how we approach fund balance going forward, and sooner rather than later. So not an intent to change Mr. Sampson's vote, but just a general heads up to the board and how we see things going forward as hopefully as new revenue comes online.
Thank you. We are ready, I believe, for the vote, and a yes vote would be to move music to our general fund, our last music instructor district-wide. A no would be to keep them in CARES. Mrs. Poling, can we have the vote?
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson,
Yes.
Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
No.
Mrs. Matheson,
No.
Mrs. Luke.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Now that brings us back to our main motion that is on the floor. And I believe, Erin, did you put it on?
Yes, I did.
Would you mind?
But I put the
Sorry.
original one.
You did the original one. Okay. Can I get a motion for our fiscal year 2022, 2023 recommended budget?
Would it be an amendment to my motion?
That was the motion that Erin made at the very beginning.
Right, so.
Correct. It would be an amendment. Thank you. It would be an amendment to Ms. Marati's motion.
I'm sorry, I think, if I might, we just made the amendment for the recommendations, so we're back to the main motion now.
Correct. Correct. And with the change from administration of $20,000, there needs to be an amendment made to the original motion with that change of dollars. And so we need to go ahead and vote on that amendment to then bring it to the floor as the original motion. So if I could get an amendment for the budget, which is on that sheet that we just got from administration.
So
And
I'll
amend,
move to amend the main motion by a dollar amount by $20,000. So that will be $238,469,682.
Second.
any questions from the board? Mrs. Poland, it looks as though we are ready for the motion.
I ran out of voting pages, hold on.
Oh, I apologize. We are ready for the amended motion that's on the floor.
Vote.
The amendment itself.
The amendment itself.
And you're ready for the vote?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Mrs. Matheson?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
No.
Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, thank you. Now we are down, now we have the original, the amended motion on the floor as the main motion. Can I get that read, please?
This one. Move to approve the fiscal year 23 school district recommended budget with all budgeted revenue funds totaling $238,469,682 and all budgeted expenditures funds totaling $238,469,682.
Second.
Any further comments from administration?
No.
Any further comments from the board? Ms. Marati?
Again, I cannot approve a budget that eliminates entire programs that are being advocated for by our community, such as elementary band and orchestra, in order to expand programs that are already sustainable, as is from last year, and are not being advocated at all by our community. So therefore, I'm not in support of this budget and will not vote in favor of it.
Mr. Doran?
And I'm going to support this, and I want to say I appreciate all the work that the administration has done and the board has done over the last almost 2 months on this. And that I just want to say it's not the ideal budget in any way, and I just hope our community, and particularly our funding sources at the state and borough, will recognize that we are continuing to cut services to students, and that I really am hopeful as we continue to move forward that we will see an investment in public education so that we can actually provide the level of services that our community would like to see, but that we're simply not funded at. So, thank you.
Seeing no other comments from the board, Ms. Poland, we are ready for the vote.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson?
No.
Mrs. Matheson?
No.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Ms. Marati?
No.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay. Administration, it looks as though we have a passed budget. We are on to our other motion of the evening, which is our CARES funding. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve the COVID-19 relief expenditures as presented below.
Second.
Administration, do you have something you would like to discuss?
there's been extensive discussion over the past week, and the work to maintain the PTR is probably one of the larger discussions. So with that, we'll leave it to the board to approve the list or make amendments as they see fit.
Thank you. Mr. Doran.
Okay. So I'll make the motion first. I move to amend the FY 2022-2023 recommended budget to increase the use of CARES funds to provide a PTR of 25 for elementary grades, 27 for middle school grades, and 30 for high school grades at a cost of $1,930,577, and by decreasing the use of CARES funds by eliminating all math and literacy teaching assistants at elementary, middle, and charter schools at a cost of $1,970,008, netting a savings of $39,500 in CARES funds.
Second.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. My thinking behind this is that if we can keep PTR down in the classroom, that means we have a direct service from certified teachers to students. And I know it's a trade-off at this point for keeping lower PTR versus having teaching assistants. But those teaching assistants, though they do a tremendous job, it does mean that students are either pulled out or, we have some in push-ins, but a lot of times it's pull out, where students being able, the teacher having a smaller class means they can really concentrate, and the student has the most qualified person and trained person there for them. Also, that if at a later time we do get more funds, it's easier to provide for teaching assistants, whereas right now, for planning purposes, it's much more crucial for us to have that lower PTR. And I wanted to point out that in actuality, the target that is listed in our revised proposed budget book is only there. It is a definite increase over what we have now, significant, and it is dependent upon the use of CARES funds that already provide 30 classroom teachers. Without that use of CARES, approximately our PTR would be 27 at elementary, 31 at middle school, and 34 at high school. With that group of 30 teachers, it gives us a target of 25, basically 25 at a little over 25 actually at the elementary level, 29 at the middle school, and 32 at the high school. That's compared to what we have right now at the elementary. We have a 24.41 average, 27 at middle school, and 29.5. So this would give us 25 at elementary, 27 at middle school, and 30 at high school. So it is a slight increase over what we have today, but it is less than we would have been, and helps to preserve that for teachers, for classroom size. And I might say that within that 25 for elementary school, whether that's a K-5 or K-8, they all do an elementary program. Those K-8s are not providing a middle school, so it's the same PTR. And so that's where I would put the emphasis in the classroom. It's the biggest impact. And then we can always add down the line if we need tutors, and we have the money for that. I should say teaching assistants, that's the term they use. So.
Mr. Sampson?
Thank you. That motion was very well explained. I think we've spent a lot of time on this here, this package. I understand the motion as it is written, and I wonder if the board would entertain calling the question.
I do have another board member in the queue to speak, so I'm going to allow them to speak first, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Ms. Marati?
Thank you. I have consulted educational experts, and in my opinion, and it has been asked that, or it has been suggested that 25 PTR for kindergarten specifically is a little high, and that it would be much more manageable at 23. So I'm just wondering how long it would take, and could admin provide the cost difference between the two options? If we just moved kindergarten to 23, and then grades 1 through 5 everything else would stay the same.
Point of order. The motion on the floor, the conversation's ungermane. There's a motion on the floor, and the cost difference doesn't pertain to the recommended change in Mr. Dorn's motion.
If you have a change, I think that you need to go ahead and make an amendment. If you have a request for a change.
But I don't know what that change would be without asking that question. I can't make the amendment without knowing the
I may be able to give some clarifying information without it being associated with cost.
Yeah.
Okay. So at an elementary school, if you give a principal approximately one teacher for every 25 students, the principal has a lot of discretion about whether or not that is 25 per classroom, or whether that means that you have a kindergarten class of 22 and a 5th grade class of 27. So they can make some adjustments. They make those types of adjustments every year because, of course, kids don't come in tidy little bundles of exactly 25. So we can set the number at 23 or 22, and if you have, 24 kindergartners, you're going to have a class of 24, regardless of what we set it at, or you have to decide to do a K1 and do these different things. So there's a lot more ways to make these adjustments, and I can tell you from experience that most elementary principals will naturally use the staffing that they have to make sure that our youngest classes are kept as low as possible, and they shift that a little bit to the secondary, to the upper elementary levels. Essentially, if you have PTR of 24 in one and 25 in another, you have a school level PTR of 24.5. So it's just math, and we would make do with it. And I can tell you most elementary principals would make sure that the primary classes had the smaller numbers as possible.
Thank you.
Ms. Matheson?
So now can we call the question?
Yes.
Okay, call the question.
The motion on the floor is, if you vote a yes, we will move to the new PTR. If you vote no, we are not making that change within the CARES budget. Ms. Poland?
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
No.
Mrs. Matheson?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
I'd like to move to amend the FY 2022-23 recommended budget to increase the use of CARES funds to provide 16 elementary math and literacy teaching assistants at a cost of $684,432, while decreasing the use of CARES funds by eliminating the elementary e-learning at $472,000, reducing the district-wide music support, which is $118,000, and the district-wide art support by $70,000. I am correct, that will leave then to take $24,432 elsewhere in CARES. I think I can explain that a little bit more.
Second.
Mr. Dorn?
Okay, so my thinking here is that it would be continuing in the premise that CARES funds are to help students, recognizing the contributions that teaching assistants make, that right now the elementary would be increasing their class size. It's a little over by half a student. This would give the 16 schools within a pair of our neighborhood schools an additional, I'll say the 16 elementary schools in our packet. So that it does include Barnett within that 16, would give them additional instructional support. I think I've spoken previously about the elementary e-learning, and I think we can well accommodate the needs of those students. The district-wide art support was one of the recommendations or suggestions, I should say recommendation, from the administration that they could do with less, $70,000 less, and still provide that art support for the digital processing. The 118 we've already addressed by covering that. That's for the district-wide music and is already covered in general fund. That 24,000 remainder actually is well covered by the 39,500 that we made the adjustment when we did the PTR. That adjustment returned 39,500, so we still have a buffer there. So it's well covered. Does that make sense to the administration? I didn't want to get down to too many nickel and dimings of places. I know you might not agree with certain aspects of it, but numbers-wise, does that make sense? Or do you want me to specify that 24,000? You're good? Okay.
So if I could have Mr. Dorn repeat the amendment so we can get it clear.
Okay.
And Mr. Dorn, is it on this sheet here? Were you reading it?
No.
Okay, that one, if you could email it to me too, it is too long for me to track, and I don't want to lose important information. But yes, if you could repeat it, that would be helpful.
Okay. I'll repeat it and then I'll go ahead and email it because my pick and pack will be a little bit longer than. So I move to amend the FY 2022-2023 recommended budget to increase the use of CARES funds to provide 16 elementary math and literacy teaching assistants at a cost of $684,432, while decreasing the use of CARES funds by eliminating the elementary e-learning at $472,000, reducing the district-wide art support by $70,000, and decreasing or eliminating the $118,000 for the district-wide music, and that the remaining $24,432 would be taken out of CARES.
Thank you.
So just so I'm clear, your amendment includes eliminating the elementary e-learning program.
That's correct.
Move to amend the amendment on the floor. Whereas the 16 elementary math and literacy teaching assistants at the elementary level will be increased to reflect the number 32.
Is there a second?
I didn't hear. I can't hear.
Second.
Thank you. We're talking about CARES funds here. CARES funds was given to have a substantial impact on learning loss due to COVID. This district decided to shut its doors to its students and thereby assisted in the learning loss that our students felt. We closed our doors. That's why there's a learning loss. My motion on the floor deals with increasing math and literacy teaching assistants. I think it's exactly what these funds are for. I could argue that much of our use of these funds is not necessarily as in line as it could be, and this demonstrates the students where they're at and what they need the most, which is some assistance to deal with their learning loss that they've suffered over the last couple of years. The money's there in CARES, and I hope that the board sees fit that we can help our students out with those teaching assistants. Thank you.
Is that number on the board?
Yes, President Luke, the 10,900,000 and change is the updated number with 32 teaching assistants. And so just as, excuse me, just as a point of reference for the board, we started this exercise with a utilization of 10.275 million. And so now that there's a comparison for the board.
And that has the PTR that was already?
Yes.
Okay.
So just FYI procedurally, as the board moves along through the amendments, as one passes, that is locked in. And then as the next amendment passes, locked in. When an amendment fails, we'll back that adjustment back out. Ms. Herbert will be updating it as the amendments move forward and are seconded.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure that, thank you. Mr. Doran?
Okay, I appreciate Mr. Sampson's amendment, and I'm not sure who seconded, but in the second to that. And I actually had 32. We're down because we have 16 schools, and so that would keep each school with the ability of 2. I was at the time concerned that we didn't reduce our CARES flexibility too much, but I really appreciate the sentiment on, and I think it would be ideal for schools to have 2 teaching assistants. I just hear really good things from principals and teachers of a difference they've made this year helping students. So.
Ms. Moline?
I just have a comment to the reduction of the e-learning, elementary school e-learning program. We'd mentioned earlier in the conversation, in previous conversations, the idea of having stable programs through next year. And so by the elimination of that program, we wouldn't have that. So, you know, it would be kind of a departure from the conversation we had earlier.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. Well, you know, yesterday I already said just spend the CARES money on what you want. So I am not going to vote for this because I don't support eliminating the elementary e-learning. I think if the enrollment in e-learning shows that there isn't any next year, then those funds will become available. But right now, it's a program that we have told our community that we have available for them, and I want to keep it. So if there was amendments to the amendments, I'd make one, but we're not playing that game tonight. So I'm going to vote down this amendment, and I would vote for it if it did not include eliminating the e-learning program.
Mr. Sampson?
Thank you. Quickly, I'll just argue that if this passes, we can always come back to the e-learning, and if it's the will of the board, we can put that back into the budget. At the same time, we can shoot this down, and someone can resubmit an idea to the floor, motion to the floor that doesn't include cutting out the e-learning. But either way, it can be dealt with, and the will of the board will be exhibited.
Ms. Smith?
I was just trying to stick to our earlier discussion of not re-voting on the same thing that we just voted on, you know, literally a minute ago. So I would just recommend to my fellow board members to not support this due to it eliminating e-learning and try a different motion.
So a yes vote would be that you will support the 32 tutors, and a no vote would be that you do not back into the budget, and then we will go to that original amendment of Mr. Doran. Ms. Poland?
All right. Mrs. Sanderson?
No.
Ms. Marati?
No.
Mrs. Smith?
No.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson?
No.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Mrs. Luke?
No.
Motion failed.
So we are back to the original motion, or the original amendment. Mr. Sampson?
Thank you. I'd like to move to amend the motion on the floor to delete any language associated with e-learning. I wish I could read sign language.
Second.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. I didn't finish my motion there. It took me a second there. Thank you. Along with increasing the math and literacy teacher assistants at the elementary level to reflect the number 32. Thank you. So that is, the e-learning is back in the budget, and we're upping the number of assistants to help the kids with their learning loss. Thank you for your patience.
Mr. Doran?
Just a procedural thing. Didn't we just vote down the 32? So that's decided.
Okay.
And in terms of how we get the money, I'm less worried about that. I would just say that, as Mr. Sampson, in terms of his motion to keep the e-learning, but that's, where do, but I have a sense you want to add more, use different money for it, so just what that money would be, I think we need to just clarify that in the motion.
Thank you. I'm having a hard time here with this, revisiting things. I support it when I support it, and I don't when I don't like. So, if I could restate the motion that is allowed, it doesn't deal with the motion that was already dealt with previously.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, Lord.
You're welcome.
It's getting late, folks. I move to amend the motion on the floor to delete any language dealing with e-learning, along with increasing the number associated with district-wide activity coordinators to reflect the number 33.
I don't understand your motion.
So the motion means that we keep the e-learning program, we don't delete the e-learning program. As the motion on the floor, Mr. Dorn's motion deletes it. The language, when it refers to the e-learning program, I'm striking all of that. Therefore, the e-learning program stays in play. Secondly, because we got ahead of ourselves as far as all sorts of things mixed up into one motion, I feel as if there was some support with the district-wide math and literacy. So as an opportunity to address that, Will, as I see it.
Point of order, he can't discuss before it's seconded. He just needs to restate the motion.
Please restate the motion.
That's a great point. I move to amend the motion on the floor to strike any language relating to e-learning, along with adjusting the number associated with math and literacy teaching assistants to reflect the number 33.
It looks as though there's no second, Mr. Sampson. Oh, Ms. Smith, did you second it? Oh, all right, we are back to the original amendment. Mr. Doran, if you could read the original amendment.
Ms. Poland, I just emailed that to you.
Oh, Poland, thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm definitely a pick and peck. So.
And I apologize, and again, because I'm helping out Sharon, I'm just new to this. I actually sent an email to everybody. If you could send me, you don't have to do it this evening, as long as I have it tomorrow, the motions, that would be really helpful, so I can make sure I'm reporting accurately. Thank you, Tim.
Okay.
Mr. Dorn.
All right, so my amendment was, I move to amend the FY 2022-2023 recommended budget to increase the use of CARES funds to provide 16 elementary math and literacy teaching assistants. I'm sorry that I missed that, teaching assistants. Should be in there. At a cost of $684,432, while decreasing the use of CARES funds by eliminating the elementary e-learning program at $472,000, reducing district-wide art support by $70,000, reducing the district-wide music by $118,000, and using additional CARES funds for the balance of $24,432. And I would say that if somebody wants to use alternate CARES funds than elementary e-learning, I'm certainly open to an amendment if someone wants to amend my amendment.
I believe we already voted that down. Oh, Ms. Smith?
Okay, I move to amend the motion to strike the language regarding e-learning and increase the number to 32 and increase the overall CARES funds usage to support that.
Second.
Any further board comments? Can we see that final number? That's okay. Ms. Marati?
So for the listening audience, to confirm with the admin that Ms. Smith's amendment to the amendment leaves us with 3.6 million for next fiscal year in CARES funds.
That's correct.
Does admin believe that that is does admin suggest that we do that?
So I'll step in first and then Mr. DeGraw can step in. We, in our proposed budget, we put forward what we thought was a reasonable carry to the next year as a part of our 2-year step-down plan. We proposed what we thought was reasonable. So this is different than that, so it's not what we had recommended. Mr. DeGraw?
In addition to that, I hesitate to place any judgment on the utilization of the dollars given the extreme need that our schools face and the good work that those teaching assistants do and the value of the e-learning program that we have in place. So, you know, to Ms. Moline's point, the e-learning program is in our proposed budget for a reason because it's valued. It's another option and choice for our community. I think a statement was made that we ought to continue to watch the enrollment levels of that, which we will. But yeah, for the time being, I think in general we would support this in the sense that it maintains that e-learning program and that choice for elementary students in our district.
And one final comment on the e-learning program. There is a level of concern that if we don't offer an e-learning program, that the students involved in that program will seek other places that wouldn't include us. You know, that's a consideration as well when it comes to the e-learning program. And again, in our proposed budget, we had what we felt was a reasonable amount of use for CARES. So that's kind of where we are.
Point of clarification.
Yes, Mr. Sampson?
It's my understanding that the amendment on the floor deals with doing away with adding in the e-learning program, adding back the e-learning program. And there was the number 32 was put out. Was that number 32, was that indicative of all teaching assistants? What was that number? I heard the number specified, but I don't know what it correlates. Thank you. Thank you. It was scrolled down. I couldn't see it on the board there.
Ms. Marati?
I didn't have any.
Oh. Mr. Dorn?
I like that number 32. I am thinking that we have the opportunity to increase the number of teaching assistants either out of CARES or if we get additional funding from the state or the borough, to increase that later on. But this would give a specific assistance to schools that they could plan on for the going into the coming year, and we could increase that as later. Procedurally, I'm just wondering if with this, and I'm thinking in order to have support, is the as the amendment would delete eliminating the elementary e-learning program, that if we can come back, if the number doesn't pass, the 32 number doesn't pass, but we can come back and just amend the elimination
Doran,
of the elementary
we're
e-learning
talking
program.
about the motion that's on, the amendment
Yes,
that's on the floor.
right. That could then be readjusted to the balance, which,
We need to stick to the motion that's on the floor.
right, that's my question to the motion that's on the floor. If that passes, then it passes, it's there. But there are two parts to that. It's the 32, and it's the deletion of eliminating the elementary e-learning program. If it doesn't pass, can we come back and address how the 16 are covered?
You can make an amendment. You can make an amendment to that amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Just like Ms. Smith just did.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Smith, can you restate your amendment? Or Ms. Poland?
Thank you. I move to amend the amendment to strike the language regarding e-learning and to change the number of tutors to 32 from 16.
So a yes would be moving that into the main motion, and a no would be eliminating it.
We should have the dollar amounts.
That's what I was just going to say, and just as a point of technicality, would adjust the dollar amount by double. As an amendment. The amendment continued at a cost of 16 at a cost of X, so 32 at a cost of double X, 2X.
Mr. Sampson?
Yeah, I just want to say that's a great point, Mr. DeGraw, the 16 to the 32 doubles it. Thank you.
Could you scroll up a little bit? Or are you needing to go down?
Go down?
Do you need to go down?
Oh, the balance, yeah.
All right, Ms. Poland?
All right, Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Sanderson,
No.
Ms. Marati,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Luke.
No.
Motion failed.
Okay, so we are back at the original amendment. Mr. Doran?
I'd like to amend the amendment by striking the phrase by eliminating the elementary e-learning program at 472,000 and adjusting the very end for the balance of 496,432.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any comments from the board? Mr. Doran?
I was just going to say that I think in terms of getting something in place, I can go with keeping the elementary learning program, and the amount that would come out of additional CARES funds would be is not that much more, and we've already taken some areas out of the 39.5 on the PTR adjustment, we have a couple of other things that we've taken out, the Let's Talk, the SSM, a variety of things. So I think we have enough with still keeping a substantial balance towards next year.
It doesn't look as though there's any further comments from the board. A yes would be in support of this motion, and a no vote would strike it down. Ms. Poland?
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Ms. Marati?
No.
Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Motion passed, carried.
Awesome.
President Luke, could I get a 1 minute at ease, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
We can take a 1 minute break.
For the record, I just needed a clarification on something that we had already voted on. I wasn't sure, and now that I have that, I'm good. I just needed that to find out.
Okay. All right. Any other amendments to the CARES funding? I am going to go ahead and turn over the gavel for a moment, because I would like to put forth a recommendation, and I need to give power to Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Ms. Luke?
All right, I would like to put forth a recommendation, or I move to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to restore the 0.5 FTE exploratory teacher to Barnett Magnet School, as well as establish a PTR of 23 for K, a kindergarten, 24 for grades 1 through 3, 26 for grades 4 through 6, and 27 for grades 7 through 8 at a cost of $293,000, and by adjusting by $293,000.
For procedural, I think you mean you're not doing a motion, you're amending the amendment.
Move to amend.
Oh, gosh, are we,
We're still.
I apologize.
This motion is what you're amending. So it's like it's written there.
Yeah.
You're amending the amendment, right?
I am amending an amendment on the CARES funding, yes.
Oh, no. We are resolved on the previous motion, is that not?
Correct.
That is not true.
Wait.
We addressed Mr. Doran's
I apologize, yes. You're not quite at that.
amendment, but we have to vote on now his motion.
Yes, so I will take that back then. Thank you. I apologize. We are going back to the original amendment
To the adopt.
Okay.
from Mr. Doran, and if you could read your amendment
Okay, so,
with the amended.
okay, and for the clarity, the PTR was addressed previously, voted on, and approved. The amendment before us now
Correct.
is, I move to amend the FY 2020, well, wait a minute. No, the amendment that we're addressing right now is to amend my second amendment.
Is the main,
No, it would,
is the amendment that's on the floor.
right. So the amendment that's on the floor is that I move to amend, the main motion is I move to amend the FY 2022-2023 recommended budget to increase the use of CARES funds to provide 16 elementary math and literacy teaching assistants at a cost of $684,432, while decreasing the use of CARES funds by eliminating the elementary e-learning program at $472,000. So I'm reading the main
That one.
motion. That's what you asked for. And then we have an amendment to that.
Just read the amendment.
We already voted on the amendment to that, to where we are keeping e-learning and 16 tutors. That's what we just voted on and passed. So
Okay.
now we're going back to your.
So it's the motion as amended, the main motion as
Correct,
amended.
as amended.
Okay, so the main motion as amended is I move to amend the FY 2022-2023 recommended budget to increase the use of CARES funds to provide 16 elementary math and literacy teaching assistants at a cost of $684,432, while decreasing the use of CARES funds by reducing the district-wide art support by $70,000, reducing district-wide music by $118,000, and using additional CARES funds for the balance of $496,432. It's the main motion, the main motion as amended.
Correct.
Second, do we need a second? Second?
We're good.
And then I have a question.
Ms. Marati.
Just to clarify through the chair, Mr. Doran, your amendment to the amendment eliminates the district-wide music, but that is because we moved it to the general funds already.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Mr. Sampson?
It's the main motion as amended.
Correct. Ms. Poland, can we get the vote?
Yes. Mrs. Sanderson,
Yes?
Ms. Marati,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Luke.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, now I will turn, now that that has officially ended, and I apologize, the break kind of threw my brain off. I'm going to hand my gavel over so I can make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Luke. And
I would like to move to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget to restore the 0.5 FTE exploratory teacher to Barnett Magnet School, as well as establish a PTR of 23 for kindergarten, 24 for grades 1 through 3, 26 for grades 4 through 6, and 27 for grades 7 through 8 at a cost of $293,000.
Second.
thank you. Moved and seconded. Would anyone like to speak to that? Ms. Luke, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, I would like to speak to that. Because looking at this, Barnett, they've already closed their lottery for next year, which means that they already have established students going in. Losing 2.5 PTR would actually make it to where they would have to close 2 entire classrooms in their school, which would mean that there's a possibility of not having kindergarten there next year, or not having the elementary educators in that building. They were built as a magnet program for a very specific purpose, with a lottery, explorations, all the educators there. The teachers are teaching exploratory classes. And the biggest difference between Barnett and a charter school is that the charter schools are not held to the higher PTR, where Barnett has been mandated to maintain a higher PTR with the school district. And so with this lower PTR, they can maintain their program without having to disrupt the school year for next year. And I would plead with the board to please ensure that this happens, because either we need to maintain the structure of Barnett for next year, or, like I said, completely change the entire structure of the school, which I would suggest would need substantial communication within the community, just like we did the respect that we had with the community when we discussed the closure of 3 schools. Oh, and this is going through COVID funding, so it's not even going into the general fund. So it could give the board a year to determine what they would like to do long-term.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Clarification, the PTR adjustment is specific to Barnett.
Ms. Luke,
Okay.
do you want to respond?
Okay, thank you, because I realized we had already done the PTR, and it would be redundant going back to that, but specific. Yeah, I appreciate the intent. Again, I still go back to that Barnett has additional staffing already for that, and that the PTR that we established might actually give them additional staff as that applies to all the schools. The fact that they do have 2 additional magnet exploratory certified teachers. They've got an additional aide, and they're also getting in the budget already there an additional instructor at the middle, the higher intermediary grades. So I think they're well oriented. The other thing that I'm concerned about is when we put multiple grade levels with different PTRs, it does become a little bit wonky, and I guess that's not a technical term, but becomes really difficult when you say, well, this grade is going to have this, but these grades are going to have that, whereas within the schools, they can make adjustments. So I find it concerning that we're, again, going back to 3 different levels, actually 4 different levels within that school. So.
Thank you. Any other comments? I do have a question. I have a question for Ms. Luke. Was there a specific reason for including the PTR? Because you already asked for the positions. So if there's some kind of complication.
Yes, Vice President Smith, the reasoning for that is that's the that's the PTR level that reinstates the 2 FTE that were lost, specifically with the increase. With the increase in the PTR compared to current year, they lost the 2 FTE. Maintaining that, that's the current year district-wide FTE that we're currently running. So those are the exact numbers that restore the 2 FTE.
Okay, and they would not be restored by the adjustment that Mr. Doran made?
We haven't made those calculations, so I can't tell you that for sure in this moment.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Doran?
In clarification, that, okay, they lost 2 under the elementary, but they gained 1 under the middle. Am I, actually one, half position, I guess it is. So what does that do with the calculations that are in the book?
What sheet are you looking at, Mr. Doran?
That's on page 215. So they went up in the middle.
If I
So I'm
may-
just trying to figure out.
If I may, they are really exactly the same. Whether you divide it by 23 for kindergarten, 24 for first, second, and third, 26 for fourth, fifth, and sixth, and 27 for seventh and eighth, and you add up that and then divide it by how many classes it is, or whether you do it by 25s and then divide by how many classes it is, one equals out to 25.2 and one equals out to 25. They are essentially the same. So I personally, I appreciate the intent. I think the intent is noble, and I think what might be helpful is stabilizing Barnett's PTR as stable for Barnett, different than subject to change to the fluctuation. But as far as this particular motion, resolving it more than it's already resolved with the current PTR as it already adjusted, it doesn't do it any more than it already does.
Thank you, that's helpful for me.
Mr. Sampson?
Thank you. I would say if it doesn't do it any more than it already does, then we can go ahead and pass this because it's not going to do any more than it already does.
Ms. Luke? Oh, Ms. Marotti, I'm sorry.
So to clarify, Ms. LaPlante, are you saying that the current 25 PTR is this, that's already been passed and resolved is 0.2 different than what this the amendment is suggesting?
In my 10:30 at night, back of the napkin math, yes. The other thing that I heard that came through in Mr. Doran's motion earlier today was that the 25 included K-8. And so factoring that the 25 is for all schools that are K-8, that should be helpful to Barnett, and that should be helpful to Ladd Elementary School and to Two Rivers and the schools that are K-8.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Luke?
I just want to make sure will that ensure that they will have their 2.5 educators back? And the reason why I'm asking is because we are talking about changing the structure of the school, and passing this motion, like, I just want to ensure that we do not lose those educators so that we don't lose an entire grade level at a school because they can't make PTR. And I would feel more comfortable at 11:15 at night to pass this and ensure that those levels are correct, then if we can ensure that we have those educators at the school so that we're not changing the basic foundation of our magnet school that was established for a specific purpose, then I can acquiesce. But if we can't, then I would ask that we can go to this.
So I'm here to state to the board that I have not, the numbers here could come out the same. I have not run the calculations through MBF at this time. These PTR numbers listed in the motion maintain the current staffing levels at Barnett. I'm certain of that. That's what I'm here to report to the board.
So it would maintain where they are this year.
Anyone else have any comments on that? I do have a question that Ms. Luke or the administration or maybe Mr. DeGraw could answer this, but would it be reasonable to amend the motion to just say maintain the current staffing levels at Barnett? And then that wouldn't tie it to an exact PTR number?
So that, Vice President Smith, that gets into, and somebody just referenced this concept a moment ago, how does the board want to see Barnett Magnet move forward as in the future? Do we want to, so this PTR would differentiate them and state we treat Barnett differently because they are a magnet school and they're expected to do things differently. You would want some kind of maintain them at this number of certified teachers. If that's the desire of the board, I don't want to state and tell the board what to do. However, if that was the intent, you'd want some kind of differentiation there in the motion that you're approving. And of course, that can be revisited every year, right? But there's some value there. You could state maintain FY22 certified staffing, certified classroom teachers, something to differentiate. Because if it's just tied to a PTR number that's the same as the rest of the district, that's the situation we're in right now, right? So they lost 2 teachers, just like many other schools did, because we went to a new PTR. So that's just kind of a philosophical item to remember.
Thank you. Ms. Luke?
I would just recommend that we move forward with this motion for the sole fact that their lottery is already closed. Those families have already been told what's happening next year. They already have that expectation in place, just like I supported keeping and maintaining e-learning for that same purpose. Just like we are keeping CEC in their building for that same purpose. This is just the way to ensure that next year they can continue as the board continues having more long-term discussions on the future of alternative learning programs and schools such as our magnet programs.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson, then Mr. Doran.
Thank you. I'd like to call the question. I'd like to call the question. The question. I'd like to call the question.
I'd like to be heard. I'm in the queue already.
Point of order. I'd like to call the question. Point of order. Calling the question.
So is there an objection to calling the question then?
Object.
Yes.
So we'll vote on that.
So we'll vote on that. Ms. Pullen. A yes means
That we go to the vote.
that we go to the vote.
Okay. Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Sanderson,
No.
Ms. Marati,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes?
Mrs. Luke.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. So, Ms. Pullen, we will go to the vote.
Okay. Ms. Marati,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes?
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Sanderson,
No.
Mrs. Luke.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
Just clarifying, so my question was that from CARES or general fund? Because
It's CARES.
so that is being added to CARES. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to return the gavel to Ms. Luke.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Thank you. I'd like to keep in mind that we have two magnet schools, and Hutch is another magnet school that has been cut in our budget by their small school allotment by 2 teachers.
Point of
I'm not
order.
going to make a motion at this time.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
But I am going to just comment that we keep that in mind as we go, and because we made a PTR adjustment, I would see, I mean, it may take care of some of that, but I am concerned that we're distinguishing between magnet schools.
What's your motion?
I said I am not going to make a motion at
Oh.
this time. It's
Oh, you're
almost
not.
midnight, and I think we can always come back to it with CARES monies later.
Absolutely.
That we do have we'd have 2.
Point of order. Point of order. Is there a motion on the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Sampson.
Any other amendments? Ms. Marati?
Just a reminder of procedures, that point of order, then the board chair rules at that time. There's a process after it's been called.
Any other amendments? Seeing none, I would like to get our main motion, I'd like to get our main motion back on the floor for a vote.
Since I made the main motion, that it would be,
Yes, please.
it would be that I move to approve the COVID-19 relief expenditures as amended and referenced on the attached sheet.
Second.
Would Mr. DeGraw's team need just a few minutes to clean that up?
Yes, don't see us needing more than 10 minutes, and we'll
Okay.
have that list updated.
We're at recess for 10 minutes. Sorry, what? All right, we are back from recess. Can I get the motion on the floor, please?
So it is I move to approve the COVID-19 relief expenditures in the amount of $11,032,511 as delineated in the attached list.
I second.
Any final comments from the board? If not, we will go to the vote.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Mrs. Luke.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, considering the time, we now have a past budget and a past CARES fund for this next year. This is proposed, and
President Liu?
Yes.
It's the recommended budget.
oh, sorry, recommended budget. I apologize. Thank you. Can we get the motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Any objection? Seeing none, we are adjourned.